what they are saying. This year it's not going to rain. Why are we wasting our energies? What are we doing in the first place? We can't do this thing because the way the forecast has told us, things are not fine this year. But regardless of the report that was there, regardless of all those things that were there, Isaac sowed in the same land where others were sinking, where other businesses were not doing, where things were not fine. Isaac sowed in that same land. Why? At the end of the text it says, because the Lord was with him. Why can't you take your business into the hands of God? He knows how he can do it so that you can reap 100-fold in a famine land. Are you with me? Where is your faith? Some have started broilers last year but one, and because they didn't reap any profit, if you tell them about broilers, they'll say, Pastor, I can't do that thing. That's a diabolic business. Some have tried Mabero because they sank. They never do anything. Some have tried this and that. They can't do anything because of the things that happened last year. I'm saying in a famine land, Isaac sowed. Are you with me? The last text of the day. I know you didn't come to church. Let's go to Ecclesiastes chapter 11. That's the preacher. Chapter 11, the last text of the day. Our online audience, we thank you for being with us. Can someone in the chat box there paste the verses that we're talking about? Now we are in Ecclesiastes chapter 11, verse 4, the last text for our devotion this morning. Chapter 11, verse 4. He that observes the wind shall not what? Shall not sow. And he that regardeth the clouds shall not what? Shall not reap. Okay. There are two farmers in this text, my guru. Two farmers. The other one is the one who then had a feud. Okay. Had a project. Things are happening in his life. But because there's a wind out there, say, I can't go out. It's cold, it's chilly. Man, and he that is observing the wind, though he has a field, will not sow. I'm speaking to some people who have businesses that are running and projects that are happening, but because they are observing too much of the things that are happening outside, they may never realize the profit of their labors because they're too much on observing the wind. Are you with me? That's another farmer. That one. Just think of yourself. Where am I? Then the next farmer nyari in this text is he that regardeth the clouds, he shall not reap. So there's one who is not sowing in the first place. Munya, he's not taking the seeds into the grounds in the first place. Then there are others who have the audacity of taking the seeds into the grounds. But now because the clouds are there, they can't go and reap. Two farmers we have. The other one is not sowing in the first place. The other one has sowed but can't reap because they are too much of an observer of the winds and things that are happening. What am I saying this morning? Which farmer are you? Which business person are you? Are you the one who is not sowing because the winds are not as favorable? Or are you the one who sowed yesterday, but is not going to reap because the clouds are not as conducive? I'm saying the environment we are in, we may be in a famine environment. We may be in an environment that is not as conducive. Which farmer are you? The one that is not sowing in the first place? Or the one who sowed but can't reap? But Isaac, in that famine land, sowed and reaped 100-fold. Why? The secret, number one, he had an idea. He built the idea. Not that he was just good. The Lord was with him. Then the Bible says it is the Lord who makes us to become rich. Are you with me? Let's bow our heads as we pray. Father in heaven, we thank you this morning for who you are and for what you have done for us. We thank you for this workshop where we are gathered here to sharpen each other because you told us that 6 days we shall labor. As we plan on laboring, taking our ideas to better places, be with us in the same manner you were with Isaac. That in a famine land, where others are not doing things because it is not as conducive, teach us to have the faith of Isaac, to sow in the same land, to work in the same land, to be serious in the same land, and reap in 100-fold. Be with us, Father. The ideas that we have, the motivation we had yesterday, it is going to do nothing in our lives up until we act. So give us the zeal and give us the energy and bless us abundantly. In Jesus' name, amen. God bless you.
I'm tempted to say, what does the church say? I'm tempted to say that. But because we're not a church, we're at Center of Hope. Eh? So Center of Hope, we're doing business. We're going to break down the word famine. I'm an entrepreneur, so we're going to break down the word called famine. So write down the word called famine, and we're breaking it down for you. So as you were preaching, the word of the Lord came upon me as an entrepreneur. And then it said to me, young man, do you see the word famine? I said, yes, Lord, I see the word famine. And it says, break it down for me. It says, fear of abundance and multiplication of income in a niche market leading to equity. What does the church say?
Thank you for that one.
You're welcome, my pastor. So as he was sharing famine, he says famine. From all generations were famine. Famine represents a problem. Problems will always be there. As entrepreneur, what we need, problem identification and problem exploration leading to problem solution. Where people are complaining about problems, you hear, you create, you develop a solution to that. So don't become part of the famine. Identify the famine and come up with solutions. That's what we were talking about yesterday. But today, we're focusing on building. Remember, everyone loves motivation. If we're to raise, how many of us want $1 million? Let's see, those want $1 million. We all raise hands. We all want $1 million. But the question is, how many of us are willing to build a $1 million enterprise? Today, we're focusing on building. And when we're focusing on building, there's a part that is very important. Putting together your thoughts into compliance. Ladies and gentlemen, as we go further into our discussion today, allow me to introduce Gamchirai from FCM Consultants. She's one of the partners at FCM Consultants. FCM Consultants, they focus on tax and audits. It's similar to Pricewater, similar to KPMG. I know we know these firms, to the McKinsey of this world. When I was young, I wanted to work for McKinsey. You know, when you're watching TV, you're seeing them wearing them suits, these huge offices that, they're eating money. Until reality dawned on me that I'm in Africa. I need to hustle and make $1 million by God's grace. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow us to welcome Gamchirai. Let's give a round of applause. Compliance. You can dream all you want. You can desire all you want. What's needed at the end of the day is formalization. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. You don't sound excited. Or maybe I'll say good morning to the current and future business secretaries, directors, and shareholders. Thank you. Today is one of the days that reminds me of the first time I sat for my ACCA skills examination. Oh, sorry, by the way. My name is Gamchirai Katuruza, as he has said, and I'm not a partner yet. I'm just a senior at FCM Consulting. We do audit, tax, and advisory. So that being said, I am an ICCA student doing my final examinations. So when I sat for my first skills exam, I was so scared. I didn't know what to expect at the exam hall, because I'd been used to just going to the classes and taking my on-demand exams there. So going to sit for the first skills examination, I didn't know what to expect. I was so anxious, I was so nervous. But when I got there, I just realized, shingori zvatinoita all the time. So it just made me realize that there is a first time for everything. That day was my first time to write that examination. And today is another first time in my life or in my career, maybe. And also, that being said, there is, as I've said, there is a first time for everything. So you realize that uchapinda mu business, it will be your first time to want to venture into something. And maybe you have the ideas with you, but you do not know where to go. Yes, I have the idea, I have that mindset, but where do I go from now? This is where we are today. I will be focusing on company registration. But before I take you through the registration process, we will first of all try to identify the companies and entities we can register first. And also the why part, because someone is asking themselves, Kuti, why do I even have to register a company? Is it worth it? Someone was telling me, Kuti, since I registered my company, handinakana benefit yandakaona kubva kwashiri. And that got me thinking, Kuti, maybe we do these things tisiri kunyasoziva without knowledge. So I will first of all answer the question why. Can we go to the first slide? Why register a company? My first point was for legal recognition and limited liability. So you realize that if I decide to start something today as GAM, it's just me. I'm the owner, I'm the boss. Because people love being called bosses, CEOs, but they do not know why we even get there and how we are getting there. So you need to be legally recognized. And so registering a company will separate you from, you will be GAMU and the business will be the business. So you will be recognized separately as a legal entity. And by limited liability, I mean, when you're operating a business, I think they've been mentioned something to do with risks. You are afraid, what if things don't go as planned? What if I fail? What if I fail to pay my creditors? What will happen to my personal assets? So with limited liability, it simply means in case of bankrupt or insolvency, your personal assets will be safeguarded. They won't be used to pay for the business debts. The business assets will be used for that. And then the second reason why we are registering is for credibility and professional image. I think you can agree with me, Kuti, a registered company, just me coming as GAM, I may not look as professional as I am, but me presenting as GAMU from Gamchirai Katuruza Private Limited, people will trust me and it will give them that, that trust. They want to work with me. They want to know what I offer, what value do I give people as Gamchirai Katuruza Private Limited. The third reason is, I think this is the one you would love, because everyone was talking about, we are tired of the motivation, give us the money, where do we get the money? So registering a company will give you access to funding and credit. So you can also imagine a scenario where I'm approaching a bank as GAM Chirai, and another scenario where I'm approaching a bank for funds as Gamchirai Katuruza Private Limited. You will agree with me that as a registered company, they will trust me more, that I will give them back their money, I will pay my installments, then they will trust the GAMU, as a sole trader. And the last one is enhanced business opportunities. It is very easy to get madiri, amunofarira, my government tenders, and all those good deals when you are a registered company than when you are doing alone. So this is me answering the why part. Can we move to the next slide? So I will I will give you the types of entities that we have. There is a reason why I didn't say types of companies, because our act, the Companies and Other Business Entities Act, it says Companies and Other Business Entities Act, which means there are companies there, then there are also other entities. Some can be registered and some can, you just operate as not registered with the registrar of companies. Let's move to the next slide. So I have a sole trader business as the first one that I'm going to explain. I think most of us have have been into this business before, like where we just wake up and decide, I need some extra income, let me hustle. Let me just start something small where I will get my income from. So you will realize that you will start the sole trader business, and kazhinji kacho, or almost or most of the times, you will be the own boss. Ndiwe unenge utoriwo boss, ndiwe accounts wacho, ndiwe unoita zvese in this type of a business. And it has the characteristics that the first one is it has no separate legal entity, because a sole trader business is you cannot register it with the registrar of companies. And the next one is there is unlimited personal liability. So by unlimited, we have defined limited liability first, and now with unlimited personal liability, it means wakaita zvikwereti uri gamu, zvikwereti zvinorova iwewe. There is no other person to save you. There is no other, there is you. Ndiwe gamu wacho, ndiwe muvhari wezvikwereti. And then it is simple and cheap, because you won't have to go through the process of company registration. You just wake up and say, I want to sell my clothes today. I want to do this. And therefore, you don't have to incur my registration costs. So we move on to the advantages. It is easy and cheap to start because of the reasons that I've stated. And you have full control and quick decision making. You can imagine, kuti, yeah, ndotongomuka nchiti ndini boss, ndini CEO. I'm the CEO of this thing, so it's mine. If I decide that today I want to order things from China and not take things from the downtown, I will go. I don't have to consult anyone. There is no AGM that we are going to hold. And then there are low administration costs, because there are no AGMs that we will hold. And then a sole trader enjoys all profits. Next. Then the disadvantages, we talked about unlimited personal liability. Then there is limited capital, because they do not have shares to sell to the public. And so they are limited to just a few, maybe a few people. So that's that on it. Then there's also limited growth, because I'm just me. It's a small, and there's no perpetual succession. If I die, the business dies. If I die, no one is coming to take over from where I've left. Let's go to the next slide. Then, so someone might ask, Kuti, if you are saying there is a risk per sole trader, Kuti, there is unlimited liability, how can I then mitigate that risk? Or what can I open, what entity should I open in order to do away with that risk? You can opt for a private business corporation. This one you can register with the registrar of companies, and there are the characteristics to it. The other characteristic is that a PBC can have 1 to 20 members. So it will no longer be only you. So now we see there's now a succession plan. If you die, maybe the other members will continue. And it is also easier to set up and maintain. And the advantages, the main one that I want to talk about is that of limited liability, because we are trying to run away from a sole trader business where there is unlimited liability. And now here we bring in the private business corporation to try and mitigate maybe some of the risks that come by operating a sole trader business. We can move to the next slide. The disadvantages are that the number of members is limited to 20. Zvatosiyana private limited. When we get to private limited, you realize also, Kuti, these also the disadvantages are there. So if this has its own disadvantages, which one can you now operate? Which one can you now open that will solve your problems here? We can move to the next slide. And the next one, we will talk about partnership. It is also a common business entity, and with partnership, it is also not registerable by the registrar of companies. So, by what you can do is maybe a number of accountants may come together, of chartered accountants, and they'll say, we want to open a firm. What should we do? They will verbally agree or do a written agreement to say, this is what we are agreeing on. We want to do things this way. So, I would advise everyone that if you decide you want to venture into this type of a business, you do with written agreements, because there will always be agreements here. And if you do not have it written somewhere, trust me, that thing can stress you out, because one day profits, and you cannot go to them and say, but was retiree, because there is no agreement. There is nothing written to it. So a partnership, it has up to it has a minimum of 2 partners and to a maximum of 20 partners. Also, a partnership does not have limited liability, which means if the partnership is struggling, the partner's assets are at risk of being taken away to pay for business debts. So also, which also means if one partner decides to say, "Ndinokwereta mari kwakati," all the partners are liable for mskanzwa wepartner one. Ndo chimwe chinhu chainoshatira. Let's move to the next slide. So the advantages are that it is easy and low cost to start. There are shared resources and skills. So people are coming together to form a partnership. There is someone who's coming in with maybe arikuya sa accountant, mungwe arikuya sa seku advisory. Someone is coming as an auditor. And together they'll build something that's meaningful and that will offer value to the intended customers. And then it has a flexible structure, and there are less regulatory burdens, because with a partnership, as I've mentioned, you do not have to to register with the registrar of companies. This means that hauna burden yokuita annual returns each and every year with the registrar. But now with ZIMRA, the partners have to register with ZIMRA now. So, in terms of paying their taxes, the partners are taxed and the partnership is not taxed. So the partners are taxed on their share of profits. The disadvantages of operating a partnership are that there is unlimited liability. We've talked about that. And there is joint and several liability. Joint and several liability is the one yandati. If one partner does muskanzwa, then we are all liable. Hakuna zvekutsikirana kuti it's because of you takukandirana chimuti. There is nothing like that. Then there is no perpetual succession with a partnership, because if I die, we have to dissolve and start again. That's with a partnership. We can move to the next slide. Then after that, we come to a private limited company. With this one now, we have to register with the registrar of companies. It's a company, and it is one of the most common types of companies that we have. I'm sure who decided to register for a company, register a private limited company. But sometimes I realize that we do not know what we are doing. No, I can register for you. But do I have the capacity to operate this? And am I heading into the right direction? So the characteristics are that ownership is restricted to a maximum of 50 shareholders, and shares are not publicly traded on the stock exchange. So, and also this type, it provides a limited liability to its shareholders, which means shareholders' property is protected. For example, if a company is fighting its creditors and all that. We can move to the next slide. So a private limited company, the first advantage is that of limited liability. zvikwereti zvakatowanda. Batai company, musabata inini. Inini company takasiyana. This is Gamu Private Limited. So deal with Gamu Private Limited. And then the second one is there is perpetual succession of business. If Gamu dies, the business continues. Tinongoramba tichienda kumberi. There are other shareholders there. The business continues shakadaro without Gamu or with Gamu. And it has the ability to raise capital from Sana banks, although it cannot list any shares on the stock exchange, but it is able to apply for loans from the banks, and they can get loans akanaka from the bank because it is a registered company. And the disadvantages are that it cannot publicly list its shares on the stock exchange, which is a limiting factor because now we are saying, in Indruda could raise a lot of capital, but I'm limited to only the things that are close to me, maybe to Hamadzango or to my friends and to the banks. But I also want that ability to get some investors from different, maybe different countries and different spaces to maybe subscribe. And then the other disadvantage is the setup costs may be a bit high compared to the other entities we have talked about before. Because with this, you need to register, you need to follow through the whole registration process of registering your company as a separate legal entity. And then there are some compliance burdens. Because with this one, you have to file your annual returns. Now, with annual returns, you realize kuti people tend to think that my returns are kuzimra ndoane basa. But when you are in a crisis, you realize that the annual returns are very important. I'll give you a situation. There is SIE 108 of 2025, right? I think vanoma companies, they know about this. And these things were talked about kuva kudara. Re-register your companies, re-register your companies. Now, the issue comes here. You want to re-register, but you have pending annual returns for the past 10 years. Now you have that whole financial burden on your shoulders. Now, the reason why we are always encouraged to stay compliant is to reduce this financial burden from us. But we do not want to listen, or rather, I would say, maybe we do not know what these things mean, because we just enter, we just say, in a shareholder, I want to be a director, please put me there. But that's not the whole point. Anditka, let's stay compliant. And then let's move to the next slide. Then we move to the public limited company. This one, now when you realize that in any private limited, I don't want it because of its disadvantages, you can opt to open this one. But this one, to kuchemedza because my responsibilities are no under pamuri kana muri shareholder or even a director. This type of a company is typically larger in scale and can issue its shares to the public, that is the stock exchange. And then the characteristic is ownership is distributed among a wide range of shareholders because if you want, you can just subscribe as a shareholder. It's up to 50 shareholders. You can just wake up and say, no subscriber to this company. And then shares are traded publicly on the stock exchange. The advantages of this company is that it has the ability to raise capital from a large scale, right? Because the shares can trade freely on the stock exchange. So, if anyone wants, they'll just wake up and say, no subscriber kwakati. And this is how they will be raising their capital. And they have a separate legal entity. Yeah, we've talked about this a lot of times, which means that even my shareholders, akaita 1,000, even if vakaita vakawanda say, they'll always be protected. Their own assets are not at risk. Only the business assets will be used to pay the business debts. And then they have greater credibility and visibility in the eyes of potential investors because of their structure. So they will be seen, the people will want to subscribe to these, and therefore they grow at a faster pace. And then there is perpetual succession with this one. This is the same as the private limited company. Ndakafa nasi nini tinokontinya hatina basa newe kuti uri kuzouya here kana kuti hausi kuzouya. We will continue, the business continues, it doesn't die with me. Next slide. The disadvantages, let me start from the bottom. There is a double taxation effect with the public limited companies. I will try and explain this. So with public limited companies, they get taxed, right, by the ZEMRA guys. They will tax these companies. But my question, it's also a question I have to them, that when I was doing my taxation module, we were told that no one can be taxed twice. But with these ones, I feel like they will tax shareholders, or even, they will tax shareholders twice. Because tell me why we pay dividends to our shareholders, right? After a resolution, right? And then after we've paid the dividends to the shareholders, and dividends are paid after profits, we have charged that 25.75% to the profit already. So why is that then we are charging about 10 to 15% of withholding tax on the dividends? Maybe that's a question they'll answer me later, but that's the double taxation effect that's there. And then there's complex decision making with public limited companies because of its structure. I cannot just wake up as a shareholder and say, we are now doing things this way. No, it doesn't work like that. Things have to go through the annual general meetings. Things have to go through the directors. Some of the things are even strategic to the point that they go through the shareholders. So the decisions are made at a slower pace with this type of a company. Then there are high setup and running costs. Also because of its structure, there are high costs of running the business and setting it up, because you register, the things that are required when registering can be a lot as compared to other companies. Then there's a risk of loss of control and dilution of ownership. Saka izvi zvinobata vanhu vaive vanoda kuramba vachinzi chinhu ndechangu. This is my thing. So with this type of a company, tinogona kutokukanganwa, because it's a lot of us who own shares in this company. So it won't always be about you. We won't always come to kupfugamira toti ndimi CEO chakati. So there is a risk of loss of control. Then it calls for strict compliance requirements. These include mandatory audits, disclosures, reporting standards, and strict governance. So with this type of a company, there are disclosures that you have to make, maybe annually. You have to publish your audited annual financial statements. And maybe the problem with this is with those audited annual financial statements, it's not only the balance sheet that is there, it's not only the income statement. There's also information for our company that's there. And you are telling us to publish it, to let competitors see, this is how we do things here. So it's one of the disadvantages there. We can move to the next slide. Now we get to talk, now that we have talked about the business structures, or maybe we have discussed the things that can give you insight. So inini, what business do I want to venture in? We will talk about the steps to register a company. So the first step is to choose a business structure. Kuziva kuti inini, do I want to register as a private limited company? Do I want to do it alone for the meantime as I wait for things to be really well for me? Do I want to be in a partnership setup? So now, after you have chosen your business structure, maybe you are registering with me or anyone you are registering with. The person you are registering with, or you are registering directly with the registrar of companies. You are required to choose about a maximum of 5 names, because you don't just wake up and say, I want my company to be called Gamo Private Limited. It's a whole process, it's a procedure. So you choose your 5 names and list them in their order of priorities. The first one being maybe the one you really want to use, right? And you submit your names for what we call a name search with the registrar of companies. So they will do a name search for you. Izvezvi we are very lucky or privileged, because nenyaya SI 108 yanambotaura iyaya. Takuita zvinhu online, so you can actually trace to see kuti where is my registration now, papi. So after your name search, mazita ako anodzoka oudzwa kunzi we have reserved this name for you. Raunotoda rinogona kurambwa for some reasons. Number 1, it may be a misleading name. Number 2, rinogona kurambirwa kunzi ndere mumwe munhu. Hauite nharo nawo. They know what they are doing when they reject your name. Because there are people who will come to you and say, don't worry, they've rejected your name, but I work for it, you will get it. So now, they will tell you to pay for it, right? And you will think, kuti shitori correct, it's all right, I will pay whatever it takes for me to have this name. But zvinema legal consequences. Mangwana mwe munhu anosomuka achiti, but why are you using my name? And now you have to go through the whole court process because of a name kuba zita remunhu. Number 3, after what is everywhere. So a name is reserved for 30 days before watanga your registration process. After those 30 days, you have to do another name search. Then number 3, after your name have been approved, now you have to prepare the required documents. Kudara, we would prepare it the traditional way, writing on paper the memorandum and articles of association and the CR5, the CR6. But now with also the online system, you just fill in your details on the platform, the memo and articles and the company, which shows the company's objectives, and fill all the details that are required there. After that, you cannot proceed without paying. There's a certain fee that is required when you are registering your company. So after you have provided the necessary documents, you pay and submit the application. After successful application of your company, they will present you with what we call a certificate of incorporation. This is like a birth certificate for your company. Yeah. Yes. Your company was born today, so here is your birth certificate. Next slide. So the registration documents that I was talking about that you can fill. So also after a successful registration of your company, when you get your certificate of incorporation, you also get these documents that are listed there, the CR5, the CR14, the memorandum of association, the articles of association, and the certificate of incorporation. So these used to be separate documents before, but now only the certificate of incorporation is separate from the other. The others, they come as a summary document that lists the whole things. So the CR5, you will see that the first section of that summary document will contain the contents of a CR5, which shows the postal and physical address of a company's registered office. Then there's a CR14, which is now the CR6. It lists the directors and secretaries of an entity. And then the memorandum of association, it's like the company's constitution, and it shows the company's name, the objectives of a company. You can't just open a company without the objectives. Yesterday, we were learning about having that mindset and putting your ideas together. So after you have put your ideas together, urikuda kuita chi, state your company objectives. And then there's the articles of association, which is the internal document, how meetings are conducted. And then the birth certificate of your company, which is the certificate of incorporation. I think I have one slide left. So I'll just give you some important facts, some important things about the SI 108 of 2025. It's about mandatory re-registration of companies. All the companies that were registered before the online registry came into place are required to re-register. So this means the companies that were registered before April 2024 should re-register. And now I'm not sure if this information is coming to you at the right time, because we are left with 3 days. The deadline for the re-registration is the 20th of April 2026. SIE yakatobuda muna 2025. So now the problem is, let me just summarize Jirapa. The problem is when we are registering our companies, there are certain things we do that we do not know, that we are not sure of. For example, your sister can just come to you and say, "Ndomro kukwisa director cannot secretary per company yang." But you really know what that means in actual terms. Or you are just happy that you are a director, you are a shareholder somewhere. You are just thinking, no, I'm a placeholder here. But it doesn't work like that. If you have a company secretary that you have appointed, she should know that this SIE was published last year, because keeps track of the company's documents. She knows what's happening in regards to the company. And so she should know of this. The mandatory re-registration deadline is there. What happens if you do not re-register? If you do not re-register, I'm sorry, after the 20th of April 2026, you won't have that company anymore. Now we don't know if they are going to extend the re-registration, or we also don't know what will happen to these companies. We just have a lot of questions. But so it is important to know the things that are happening that will affect your businesses, and also to be compliant at all times. It will help you in situations like this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kamu. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. One key takeaway from you is this. It is better to own 10% of an elephant than to own 100% of a rat. We go around saying, I'm the owner of a company. I own this company. It's so small. There are no profits. There is no trading. But it is better to join a moving wagon and contribute your skill set to that company, even if it's 1%, 2%. I pick that up. Secondly, is compliance. No matter how much you want to join a school, you need to put on a uniform. That's so important. No matter how sharp your idea is, put it down, go register. Majority of us don't read statutory instruments. The government policy, NDS 1, NDS 2, strategic documents. We're always complaining. But we want to make money. As you build, understand the power of compliance. Thank you so much, Gam. I have 3 minutes. I'm going to hand a mic to 3 different people. Anyone with a comment, question regarding what Gam shared with us around compliance and company registration. Any comments? Introduce yourself.
I'm Chaplain Alice, a marketplace minister. I wanted to find out, we used to do our own returns, but of late, you are seeing you have to go through an agent, and those people are charging a lot of money. That's why people are not complying.
Okay, question number 1. Question number 2. You are 3.
All right, thank you. Hi, Tenkovo. So document Sera 5 mentions that you have to include an address and location of the registered office. What if for a startup you don't yet have that facility? And then number two, maybe a question, when is the right time to register? Is it when you have an idea or when you're now established?
So it's a question of ideas, the patents, and the intellectual property.
Okay, my question is just to add on what Mem said. Your first question was, is it possible that we could do the annual returns on our own? We could learn bypassing the agent fees, because they are now more expensive compared to the annual returns that I'm going to be returning to the registrar. So is it possible that we could learn, or I don't know, a way that we can do it on our own these days?
Okay, it's the issue of the third party. Issue of the third party in doing company registration, annual returns, and the equities.
Thank you. I'll answer the first question and the last question at once. So, yeah, I understand the charges may be high. Yes, you can do the annual returns on your own. Yes, I think what they will be charging when they are charging you, what people do not understand, there are long queues there. And also the other thing is, now when you have engaged an agent to do the annual return for you, you want them very fast, very quick, right? Especially if in a crisis here, the re-registration. Everyone wants their annual returns to be done ipapo. And to be honest, there are a lot of processes and procedures that happens at that office. And to say that we have submitted the annual return today, and you expect it to be done by tomorrow is a lie. So some of the times, all right, this is it's all right. So basically, you are being charged maybe for them waiting at those queues, their time. They are charging you for their time. Their stock is time. So they are charging you basically for that. But yes, you can do the annual returns on your own. You can submit on your own, and you can follow to see Kutisha Papi on your own. It's very possible. And then the second question was, when is it most ideal to register your company? Maybe I'll give a small situation as I try to answer that. I was dealing with a certain guy. I think he got referred to me by someone. So he came to me and said, Gamu, I need to register my company, but I need this name that I'd been using before, that I'd been advertising with. You know, these days, people can be advertising by TikTok, everywhere on Facebook, but that's not a registered name that they are using. They are creating a brand with something they do not own. I don't know if that gets to you well. So now the guy wanted the first name he had put on his names list, and I submitted the names, right? And it got rejected for some reason. And also, before I even submitted, I knew it was going to be rejected because yanga inema words akawanda akafana nemangwe companies. So as I've mentioned, Kuti, your name can be rejected for different reasons. Yeah, so that was the reason. And when the name got rejected, he was like, no, but I need the name, not the one Randazo Piwa. So I feel like you need to register your company as soon as you can. You have your ideas together. You know where you want to go. Sometimes you might not even know the steps, not everything is not in order yet, but you have the idea. I would advise you to just register the company and start operating from it, shishoma, and just be compliant. Just number one, especially when the company is still new. Also, even with Zimra, it won't be a match because we are looking at, this is your first year of operation. Apana pa uchato pura VAT threshold mugore one ne nekutengesa chingwa pa maybe chingwa chinotengwa every day, but nekutengesa zvinhu zvisingatengwe every day. So register it because it is zvinozokuremera kuti all along you've been building a brand, Antitka, but now when you want to formalize it, when you want to legalize it, you can't have that name you've been building, Anditka. You now have to start building again. So that's the whole disadvantage of waiting, Shakanyanyisa. Then the other question was, what if I don't have an address, something like that? I feel like Aumboshaya address. You cannot register Manje without that address because the CR5 document is important to you. So what I would advise, you can maybe put your home address there and you can change it later. You can change the contents of the CR5 whenever you are ready to move from the registered address to another address. So I think I've answered your questions.
Thank you so much, Kamu. 2 things I picked from you as you prepare to sit. Number 1, the most expensive thing in poverty is not the lack of money. It's the time spent managing the consequences of lack of money. You will spend 3 hours in a queue in the whole day because you don't have the money to afford third parties. The most expensive thing in poverty is not the lack of money. Is the time spent managing the consequences of lack of it. When you are poor, all distance is walkable and it's too near. Let's make money. Number 2, Center of Hope. If God wills, let's invite companies registration. We talk about trademarks, intellectual property, copyrights. Those things are very important. South Africa used to run with the phrase Bafana Bafana. They never registered that name. Then a white man went and registered Bafana Bafana. Guess what? Every time when they go to play, they have to pay that white man for the words Bafana Bafana. So on TikTok, you are busy advertising your brands and they are not registered. Someone is seated and is writing down registering. Next thing, they will claim ownership. Protect your intellectual property. Thank you. A short break, health exercise. Remember, health exercise. Over to Chantel.
Morning, everyone. I'm kindly requesting you to all stand. We have been sitting for quite a long time. In the next 15 seconds, I'll request you to greet 10 people with a handshake and a smile. So the 15 seconds starts now. It's time up. We can get back to our seats. As we are standing, it's time up. As we are standing, I will request you to do the exact opposite of what I will say. So if I say stand, you're going to sit. If I say sit, you're going to stand. So we are starting. Sit, stand. Touch your knee. Sit, stand. Touch your head. Don't touch your head. Clap. That was confusing, right? We can take our seats. That was confusing, right? That is what we do to our bodies each and every day. Our bodies are telling us that we are tired, but we keep pushing. Our bodies are telling us that we are thirsty, but we don't drink water. So from today onwards, I am advising you that if your body is asking you for water, respond to it. Don't wait until you are drained, you are strained, or you are distracted to respond. So hydration is one of the simplest ways to keep your mind clear, energy steady, and your performance at the best. Thank you.
The power of water. The power of water. The power of? Ladies and gentlemen, let's drink water. Don't interact with water when you are bathing. Your first interaction is drinking water. Then later you bath. The power of? As you are talking about water, you remind me of the business around water. Did you know that Pepsi, when Pepsi stepped into Zimbabwe, they were competing against Delta in terms of soft drinks. And Delta was the most valuable company in Zimbabwe in terms of soft drinks. Then Pepsi stepped in, introduced Mirinda and all that. Then also they pivoted and realized the importance of water because we did not have access to clean water. Guess what? They introduced the water. Today, all of us are drinking water, buying water. The power of water. Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue with our conversation, our next speaker, now that you are done with compliance, we want to hear stories. Stories of how I started, made it, tried it, failed, made mistakes, came back. In Africa, we love stories of rags to riches. But sometimes from rags to riches, we also make mistakes. And we learn to pivot. And we also continue. Our next speaker is Shepherdess Pastor Bay. Some call it that. Some say is Hawkress. You know, these are names that we come across on social media, the power of social media. She's a Mandela Washington Fellow, class of 2017, if not mistaken. She loves reading. Leaders are readers. If you've never read a book before, my brother, you are far from making money. Need to read. She's the founder and the executive director, CEO of Yanaya Foods. Ladies and gentlemen, let's clap hands for Nyari Moyo. Yanaya. And also a runner. Yes, she's a runner. Adventist Athletic Club. But there is a verse that says the wicked are always running when no one is chasing them.
I can't be running 42 kilometers for it not to be added on my resume. Because I'm paying for that stuff. There needs to be some return on investment on my energy that I spend when I'm running. How are you guys? My name is Nyari Moyo. Like he has said, I am the founder. I'm not really sure I'm the CEO because, I've looked at other CEOs with their tummies and all of that. And I'm not sure if I can classify myself as a CEO, but I classify myself as the founder of Yanaya. And today we're talking about building a business. And I believe all of us here are here because we are looking for inspiration, for motivation on how to build our ideas from ideas to actual businesses, correct? I just want to read the room to see where I'm going to incline my presentation towards. May I please see how many of us here are Adventists? Okay. That's about maybe 90% of our audience. You want me to be here? Oh my God, the slide. Okay, great. So we've been running Yanaya for the past 7 years. This year in July, Yanaya turns 7. And in the 7 years, we have completely come full circle. But I need to go back to the very first year because I believe most of us are at the very beginning of our ideas or we've grown or however. I wanted to read the room to see how many of us are Adventists because my business, I started it in church. Yeah? So I wanted to share the power of the community that we associate ourselves with. I was younger then. I still think that I'm young. But I was yeah, I'm younger. I was a zealous young person. The one thing that I kept telling myself was that I cannot be going to church with millionaires and not make something out of myself. Like, for me, I didn't have an idea, but I just knew that the association that I am around must make something out of me. I just come straight from university. At university, I studied art. I'm a creative. That's why it's easy for me to come up with sets and things like that. But at the time, I was just looking for an idea that was going to be funded by the association that I was around, yeah? So before I started with a big business proposal with cost or everything, I made a commitment to myself that whatever I was going to touch, I was going to do it excellently. Yeah? I was new. I'm not from a big Adventist surname, the Machamiris, the Mshoshis, the Zembes. You know the big Adventist families, right? And also my dad is not, we were nobodies. So coming into this circle needed to ensure that I should stand out of the crowd. The judges in the audience should be able to see, come on, there's a young girl here, you know she's exceptional. That way, once I positioned myself, it's then easy to go and say, I have a business idea that needs 100,000 because I've already proven a record that I'm reliable. I work hard. If you give me your money, you can trust me with it. Before we built Yanaya, Yanaya is about food. The first year I came into the country and I joined the church, I volunteered myself to work in the Sabbath school department. I would be at church at 7 a.m. to help cleaning the chairs, to help with whatever that needed help with, because I needed whoever is in charge to know that I'm reliable, I work hard, and whatever my hand touches turns into gold, if that is possible. So I'm saying this because we are all here. At the different churches that we go to, there are people of influence. We have a tendency of just going and say, I've got a business idea, I need 100,000. But who are you? How can we trust you? What have you built? What is your reputation? So after a year or after 2 years, after I had gained enough ground, my first job that I got before I started the business was an elder in the church who said to me, look, I've got a client of mine who needs someone. I've seen you doing work in church. I think your energy would match what my client requires. I didn't know who the client was. I didn't know what the client wanted me to do, but the elder already had a job spec of what he had seen me doing and where he knew I would fit exactly. I didn't go for an interview. I didn't do anything. I just walked up at Sidco on Monday, met the marketing manager and said, oh, so you're the girl that so-and-so spoke about. Here's your contract. Here's your laptop. Here's your job description. Only because I had proven myself and I'd ensured that everything that I did it excellently. I was intentional and I was strategic about the position and where I wanted people to see me or to be associated with. To say, mkaisa nyari pachinich, chinofamba. Maka, if you give this person a responsibility, it's going to take off. So when we are building our ideas, when we are building our businesses, you're not going to just be excellent at mining if you have not been excellent at cleaning the floors. Because we expect, most of us here are here because we're looking for funding, we're looking for someone to support our ideas, we're looking for a connection. The connection is not going to work if it is not backed by reputation and backed by a relationship. You need to have gone to a funeral, worked with the women's ministries director, cooking, cutting vegetables, helping with everything that needs to be done for you to be able to go back to the women's ministries director and say, Ndinoruka, because you have established a relationship with them. It might not be within this audience, but wherever you exist, the influence that is around you, if you're going to build anything that needs support, anything that needs funding, anything, it needs to be backed by reputation, by integrity, and by relationships. You're not going to create the relationships only now when you need the help. You're going to create the relationships before you need the help. So that when you're going, to cash in is a bad word, but you're going to a relationship that exists. I just wanted to share that because I've seen that 90% of the room are Christian people or are Adventist. So the influence is only going to work when you have a proven track record. So after I'd gone to Sidco, working at Sidco, at the back of my mind, I knew that I cannot be poor when I worship with Mike, who's a PhD in microbiology and etc. There is something that Mike should be able to add value in my life. So I didn't stop at my pursuit to say, so what can I do that Mike can help support me in? Now, when you're building a house, you need a base, you need a foundation, and you need structure, you need tools, you need this, right? So when you're building a business, as much as you're building a house, you need a base. The base is a problem. Businesses are built on solutions to problems. So your business cannot be about vibes. Your business cannot be about something you're passionate about. Your business needs to be solving a problem. And the problem needs to be a pain point to the people whom you're expecting to be your customers. That's the base of our house. If we don't have a strong base, a problem, and a solution, then it's just going to be Juta, 3 months, Shapera. Because you're not addressing a problem if you're going to be doing Juta. The challenge with most of us is that we confuse hustling and businesses. Hustling is knowing that parikudiwa mvura budget ndi $100. Ndikonsenda uganzim ndikanotora mvura at 70 cents. Ndoenda ndonodaiso majeti yayo. Building a business needs to have a base, a foundation, a clear problem that when you articulate to say, this is the problem that we are facing, that the market that you want to address is facing, and this is the solution that I'm offering. All the other things that are our current problems, registering businesses, PVTs, funding, etc., they almost fall in line if you have a clear proposition, if you have a clear problem that you want to address. The next thing, which has been a success in my experience, is building a brand. We all know Econet because it's a brand. We know Mikkels because it's a brand. We know iPhone because it's a brand. When you have made your problem, when you've made your solution clear, then it is easy to build a brand around providing a solution towards the problem that you're addressing. The problem that we addressed with Yanaya was that when I was in high school, a friend of mine was diagnosed with cancer, right? He had stomach cancer. The doctors, when the cancer had spread far, the doctors said that he needed to go on a plant diet, on a raw diet. He just needed to eat vegetables and fruits and nothing processed. So we did it to support my friend to say, you can do this. It's not such a bad thing. As a group of friends, we're going to come together and we're going to eat raw food with you so that you can cross over. Unfortunately, my friend didn't make it. We had finished high school, now we're in university, and my friend doesn't make it. And we continued to eat a raw diet post his death in memory of our friend. And then over time, it became a lifestyle, though then we added starch and things like that. But eating healthy food became a part of who we were. When I finished university and I came back into the country, I'd done my university out of the country, I came back and I realized my parents' house is in Machipisa. So we were from the other side of Samora, not the other side of Samora. So on this side of Samora, for someone that had gone to school and now was health conscious and health savvy, the only furthest place I could go to with my friends when we go out was to go to Joiner City. Now, for someone now who has been on this journey of leading a healthy lifestyle, being conscious of what I eat, my problem was that every time I go out, I would eat lettuce and chips. That's what the other side of Samora described as healthy and not meat. I mean, vegetarian, vegan, and not meat. So the problem that I was facing as a consumer was that I did not have healthy options when I go out as a young person. That was a problem that I faced. And then I thought, so if I'm facing this problem, there must be a lot other people that are also facing the exact same problem with me that don't live on the other side of Samora, that live on this other side of Samora. So the solution was coming up with a proposition that offers a solution for someone Arukukwira Komba, Arukupinam town, but they are looking for a cost-effective option to meet their healthy options, right? That was the base of us building Yanaya, to say, all right, in a problem. I then went to the same people that I was worshiping with and say, "Ska mnojika kupi because you're vegetarian, mnojika kupi because you're vegan." Before we had then built, I started making the lunches at home and delivering to these people at their offices, because they needed something. I mean, I was young. They needed something that is palatable, something that is Instagrammable, that when you look at it, it's not flat, it's not boring. Then we offered the solution. Now, the building that I want to talk about in building a brand was to build something that sticks in someone's mind, to say when they think about healthy food, in the industry now, 7 years later, when they are talking about brands that offer healthy food, Yanaya is found there. You need to have a brand voice that speaks to the proposition that you're giving to your brand, right? The voice of the brand needs to speak to what you're building. So for Gamu, she's into consultants, right? So everything, everywhere she goes, everything she says, the colors she's going to choose for her logo, her social media posts must all speak to this thing that she wants to build. Yanaya was an aspirational brand. You needed to be a cool person to go to Yanaya. So you'd get people who would say, no, but Madikubika Sadzareji and things like that. It was good and well, but it was not aligned to the brand or the voice that we wanted the brand to speak. So once you have your problem clear, once you have your solution clear, your next assignment is to build a strong brand and a clear brand voice towards the vision that you have. I've spoken about understanding color psychology. At the top of people's minds, green says healthy, and green says fresh. So our colors needed to speak fresh. When you walk into Yanaya restaurants, you needed to walk in and feel like, oh, this is fresh. So if it's a boutique, your problem is that maybe I was on a modest clothing, and your solution is to provide modest clothing. Your brand voice must speak to the positioning of where you're positioning your brand. Is it premium? Is it ghetto? I've then had people say, tukwanza upinda Yanaya because it's too clean, yeah? And then there'll be customers who say, iso tukwanza upinda chicken in because it's too ghetto, yeah? So you need to be able to position yourself and position your brand as you're building it, to say, this is our position. You are unable to sell to everyone all at once. That Coca-Cola, it being a mass product, they still have a brand voice and they still have a brand position. So as you build, you need to be able to have a clear brand voice and be consistent in saying what you're saying. In the 7 years, we've had times when business wasn't doing well. And people would say, Madimango wezira chakat pa menu. Or Madima ita ma sausage, no famba, ma dollar deals or things like that. But because we've consistently stayed on course on that, we offer clean, healthy food that is good for vegans, that is good for vegetarians. When you come to Yanaya, you're not going to find anything that's deep fat fried. So whether it was going to turn the other side or whether it was going to turn the other side, we stayed the course. Now that is building. He likes abbreviating things, so I tried to abbreviate the word as I share this. The word build as I share. The second letter then is U, and I want to speak about systems, unified systems. The next thing that will separate a hustler from a business person is to have systems, standard operating procedures. To say at Yanaya, this is how we make a smoothie. The water must be 30 degrees or 20 degrees. The banana must be this type of banana. To ensure that when you go to Yanaya, the smoothie that you're going to have today is the smoothie that you're going to have 10 days later. I know a lot of ladies will do cake business, vanosona, and things like that. For you to be able to build a business that stays the course, you need to have standard operating procedure. A standard operating way that says, Kanatauya kubasa at 7 a.m., what is happening? It needs to be written and clear. Now, turnover in Mabasa is very high. You employ someone today, after 2 months, they'll go to America and they'll do COS. And they're the only person that knows how to make the burger that you made 2 days ago. Or they're the only person that knows how to braid how you braided 2 days ago. Standard operating procedures will help you to ensure that the brand voice that I spoke about and the brand positioning that I spoke about remains consistent over a span of 7 years. So if you don't have systems that are put in place, that are written, one of my mentors call it an operating Bible. You need to have a Genesis to Exodus that speaks about your entire business from start to end, that you can write down. When someone comes into the business, you're able to replicate it. When you want to open a branch in Blawayo, you're able to take the same standard operating procedure and replicate the same model in a different place. The next is to integrate the systems. Tabika Miyanaya, but Ratrukubika Miyanaya must be the same things that we're speaking with our marketing. Our systems must be integrated across. Our bikers that are delivering food, they need to represent the brand voice that we've spoken about. If we're an aspirational brand and my systems are integrated, everything about the business is speaking the same language. So our locations, our staff that work in the shop, our social media handle. So when you go on a Yanaya page, you're going to see lots of green, lots of fresh things, etc., because we've integrated our systems from our standard operating procedures to our marketing, to our staff, our human resource, to our accounting. All are bound together. So whatever business that you're going to do on your social media, what happens on your social media must be the same that happens in your actual business. That is if you're running a business. That is if you're running a business and not hustling. And then I'll leave the L, which is levies and the tech stuff. But what I just want to tell you, once you've registered a business, ensure you give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar. One of the things that bleeds a lot of businesses, for those that have shops in town, are going to tell me about police. There's like 5 different types of police. There's council police, there's police, there's Zimura police, there is the ZBC police, and they are going to fleece money out of your business if you're not compliant with Zimra. They sound nice when they're talking about tax, when they want you to register your business, but if you don't pay, when they come to collect what they should collect, they will collect it. They are not going to feel sorry that uri nerera in business rangu razo. We got to a point at some place where our accounts were frozen. We're not able to access money in our accounts, and Zimra took everything that we had because we owed them. I mean, they're going to come and explain the legalities of everything, but what I just wanted to say is that be compliant. It's for your own good. If you're not compliant, corruption is very rampant. There are even bogus police that will know that these ones are registered, but they're not compliant. So every second or third day, they are going to come and they want $10 or $20. Now in the food business, our margins are very slim. If 5 different type of police comes and they take $100, they've taken a chunk of what my profit is. So on the L on levies, register the businesses, get tax clearances. When they come, they're going to explain, for small businesses, it's not as bad as they make it sound. There are thresholds to say this threshold, they don't expect you to pay, etc., etc. But mine is just to say, be compliant with ZIMRA. And then the D on the build is durability. You need to build a business that lives beyond you. You need to build a business that exists without you in a business. If your business cannot operate without you in the business, you're not running a business. You are self-employed. When people speak about businesses, don't include yourself there. Yeah? A business order, the order is processed, the order is delivered without you ever speaking to Nyari. Because like we've spoken about, you've put operating procedures, you've put systems, you've integrated your systems, so the whole ecosystem can exist without you. If you're a graphic designer and everything depends on you, you're not running a business. Like I said, you're self-employed. So durability is the ability to create a brand that can exist without you living in it. To build a legacy that lives, to say, right now, Mr. Mataranyika does not have to work at Nyaradzo at all after 25 years of them building the business, because there are processes. It doesn't have to be kwa chivi kana kwa chivi kwa vigwamon. There are proper processes that allow for the business to exist without you in the business. So like we build a house, like we build our own reputation, we need to guard our brand voices, our brand positioning, guard it like a hawk. Like when it comes to your business, don't play about your business reputation. What people say online must be the exact same thing that you're giving, right? You're not going to be emotional about it and be blasting. You know what happens in comment sections, right? Yours is to, if you're going to build a durable business, is to protect the reputation of your brand with everything that is in you. Yeah? To sacrifice. We all know Dr. John Basera, who's now the permanent secretary of Lands and Fisheries. He's one of my mentors. One of the things that I learned from Dr. John Basera was that he lives, he sleeps, he breathes, he eats agriculture. Everything about him would be giving you a call at 2 a.m., not to talk about a meeting or anything, but to talk about agriculture. When we were eating something, would be eating and he's saying, this vegetable, what variety could it be? Right? When we are driving, when we are going somewhere, he's talking about the ecology of where we are driving and everything. That when they then promoted him, it was easy for them to promote him because his reputation was all about agriculture. And that needs to be your story too, as you're building your business or as you're building your brand, is to protect the reputation of the brand with everything that you have. That your staff, your locations, your service that you're giving, your social media, your websites, all of it needs to breathe and live and excrete the proposition that you're giving. If your solution is fast and reliable, when you're walking, you don't even walk like this. You're not delivering at that time, but you should just be walking fast because that is the proposition that you're giving to your business. It is possible to build businesses that can live beyond us if there are proper systems, if we have a strong base, if we have integrated systems of our whole ecosystem, and if we build for durability. After 7 years of running Yanaya, we've now pivoted the business. We've set up a factory. We are now bottling our smoothies. One of our cash movers was our smoothies. So we figured maybe Let's not limit people to coming to a Yanaya brush to be able to get the health that we're delivering. Our goal is to sell 1 million bottles in 2026. We started our campaign last year. We have a booth outside. Please help us reach 1 million by buying a bottle. Interact with our products online or wherever you can. And this Nereda Shangu, he said from rags to riches. I'm not very much from rags, but help me. Thank you.
So Nyari spoke about reputation in the brand. So when I came in here, this is my brand. I need to be serious about my brand. That's why I'm putting on my head. So those that know me will tell you, this is my brand and my reputation. Reputation is a byproduct of character. It is the shadow of action that speaks for you in your absence. That's what I picked from you. Number 2, your association. You will never fly if you stay around people who pluck your feathers in order to clean their ears. You will never fly if they are always plucking your feathers to clean their ears. Number 3 that I picked from you is that unconventional strategy beats conventional strength. Don't compete with giants where they are the strongest. Win where they are the slowest. Innovation beats imitation. Then the other part that I picked from in terms of system is that hidden practices create visible victories. Remember this, hidden practices create visible victories. You need to have operations and the systems. Don't be the company, own the company. That's what I picked from here. So I'm going to open up for questions, 3 questions. Start from here, you tell us who you are, what you do.
Good morning, everyone. Hello, Shepherdess. How are you? I'm just going to quote what you said. The phone. Okay. So I'm just going to quote what you said on Facebook. Actually, you said the goal is to sell 1 million bottles before the end of the year. If you own or know a shop that can stock us, can help with distribution, can buy in bulk, or just have ideas on how we can grow, please reach out. So I've come to connect. My name is Dr. Dozo. I'm a general practitioner in a women's clinic. I don't have a tuck shop, but when women come in, they have to sit for some time before their turn. Can we have an agreement where you supply us the smoothies and we have fridges so that while they wait, they drink something healthy?
Thank you so much. I just want to say something. Thank you, Dr. Dozo. We're definitely coming. Tell your story. Tell your story online. People buy people. People buy stories. If you're not going to make noise about what you do, no one is going to make noise on your behalf. Go on Twitter, be trolled, but tell your story. Go on LinkedIn, tell your story. Mazonokwane Chat GPT, write what you want to say. Chat GPT will structure it. Just tell your story. People buy stories. They don't buy. There's nothing phenomenal about our smoothies, right? From the day I shared that we want to sell 1 million bottles, I have orders that are exceeding 100,000 just by telling my story. So be bold enough to go and tell your story as it is. You'll be surprised how much people are willing to help, especially genuine stories. So thank you. We're coming. Tashinga, please.
Any other question? I'm coming. So there's a hand here.
Thank you. My name is Chiwa. I'm a farmer. And so my question is, I heard you talking about startups. There's something that I've discovered in my journey to start things. Sometimes there's an issue called capital, which you hinted on. And in trying to look for partnership and all other things, I've realized that there is a glass ceiling that's there, You could be having brilliant ideas whilst you are this side of life, and those with capital are on the other side of the glass ceiling. And with the new culture in Zimbabwe, where we have a group of people with money who are not business people per se, but they are mari, or to be worshipped murungu. And sometimes part of the conditions dzakada kungoita zvekuti if you follow, you make a loss usati watotanga business racho. So may you kindly maybe highlight or hint on ways. I know I've spoken about social capital and strategic positioning yourself, but there's an issue now of breaking that ceiling, because for you to get there or for you to be incorporated there, it's seemingly a big issue, especially in this business environment. Thank you.
Problem yako ndiyeko yokunanja naye. Jokes. If you have a clear proposition, a problem that you're solving, and a solution that you're bringing, our environment is tough, but there are platforms and there are opportunities for funding, for solutions that are being provided to actual problems, right? Banks offer funding. I know it comes at a high interest, but if your proposition is clear, most banks have found that they are willing to give towards a problem that is solving real problems, and a business proposition that is clear to say the problem is this, the solution is this, and this is how we're going to make money through it. And then on social capital, keep knocking. If this door closes, the next one is going to, if this door doesn't open, if this door wants to nanjuga too much, there are 100 other doors, there are 100 other ears that can hear you. My personal philosophy is that nothing is impossible. In Shona, zikasaita zvinoita chete. Zvinogona kusaita nhasi. But between today and a month from now, I'm going to continue knocking and knocking and knocking, and the solution is going to be available for me. So, in response to your question, banks offer funding. There are investment platforms that invest in businesses. You reach out to those. Social capital, position yourself strategically that you're offering value and you're offering this, that decide kunanja, what I'm offering is value that you can actually buy. I hope that answers your question.
Hi. So, I think you answered one of my questions. Pamati Jukasaita, share a chat. Because I was about to ask you, you're building a brand and you're going to people, advertising, but I just quit. And what do you do? And then my second question was, did you face any challenges while you were building Yanaya? Yeah.
Okay.
Because you didn't speak about that.
I did face a challenge because we were creating a blue ocean. To everyone, I went to telling them my idea and how excited I was to say, I'm vegetarian, I'm vegan, and there are no solutions. Everyone told me that no one is going to buy smoothies or no one is going to buy bunless burgers. People in Zimbabwe know that sadza nenyama. If you're not selling sadza nenyama, so my first challenge that I faced was believability of my idea. But I believed it more than the people that were saying it will not work. I probably had the idea for 2 years before it actually grew and became something. So my belief in the idea was stronger than the criticism that I was facing. And my belief in the idea was stronger than the challenges I was facing around making it an actual business. And then pakuti kasaita zvinoita chete, don't stop. I was listening to an interview by the guy who owns the coffee place. The coffee place in Kosana? International coffee, Starbucks, yeah? He went to 267 investors before he finally found one who invested in his business. He was not the original founder of the business. The original founders of the business were just selling coffee beans. He went to Italy and realized that no, actually, coffee cafes are such a culture. This could be a big thing in America. He went to the founders, told them, the founders said, no, not possible. It doesn't make sense. He went to 267 other people. From the time he started speaking about the idea, it took him 6 years before he could open the first Starbucks store. I mean, our context, I didn't go to 267 people, but our context is just saying, if you continue trying, you're not going to kuramba nas. But 3 months from now, if you continue saying the same story consistently over and over again, you're going to find something. In the Bible, it even says that that woman kept speaking about it until the judge said, come on, give her what she wants. So, no, you're not giving up on your idea. You're not giving up on God, who funds and ensures that our dreams come to life. But you're also not giving up to these people. So your social media for the next 100 days, if it's speaking about the exact same things, I want to believe the algorithm is going to be in your favor. Finally, you're going to get your breakthrough.
Then the last question, this is from the online community. They're saying you want to reach 1 million.
Yeah.
And 1 million is not only Zimbabwe.
Yeah.
We live in a community of continents. How do they participate outside Zimbabwe? They are in Namibia. They want to support you, reach the 1 million goal. So it's no longer a Zimbabwean product. It's an African and a global product.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'm going to go in the comments and I'm going to reach out to whoever. And we work out the logistics of how to go there. Again, this is the power of telling your story. You don't know who's listening. So when you go to events like this, share your story. If you're passionate about the thing that you want to build, I can listen. I might not be a millionaire, but maybe I know a platform, like you are asking about finances. I know a platform where you can go to. So tell your story as much as you can because you don't know who's listening.
Okay, so I'm Tema Pio, and I recently opened a construction company. And in no nyanyo specialize in plumbing, all type of plumbing. This company I for last year, 2025, but I've been reaching out to my companies like Wanda, my NGOs, my construction companies. So in I wanted to do agriculture, like the irrigation. But as it stands, apasati pawanika wano vanenge vachida kuti ndinge nchiwapa ma-services iwaya. So I was asking kuti imimi, since mambotaura kuti you do my fruits and very fresh, my fresh products, makazvitanga see and one of that motivation from one wakaita sanani, maybe to kwanza go follow the footsteps and get there.
I'll reiterate what I said about a base. If you're building something, you need to be offering a solution. So with your construction company, Tama, what is the problem that you're solving? You need to be able to go to an NGO and say, the cement that we use is organic. That's why you should work with me. The problem is that all cement causes cancer. My solution is cement that does not cause cancer. So if you're not answering, if you're not providing a solution to a problem, it's going to be flimsy. No one is going to buy. People buy solutions to problems that they're having. So your offering, your business proposition must be responding to your solution. So go back to your business proposition, single out the problem. When you now go and you approach people, you are approaching people to say, your pain point is this, and I've brought the solution. So maybe you say, our solution is that we build in 3 days. We finish everything in 3 days. The problem is that you wait a year, but I've brought a solution that builds in 3 days. So you need to be able to clearly articulate the problem that you're solving with your solution. People buy that. Yeah.
Because of our time, may we kindly take 2 hands. We have one online and the last one. Online, one person is asking, Nyari, I've heard you talk about the transition. I'm a hustler. I'm on a survival mode. How do I transition from being a hustler into an entrepreneur and put up systems and become a reputable person, a business person? Not as we go vangaita. There's a term to it. I'm a certified chief hustler. So my hustle is different from any other. So the person is saying, I'm surviving. How do I transition and be reputable in terms of business?
I would say don't lose your ngwava spirit, because even with structures, you still need to ngwava. You need to be able to know where must I position myself, what strategy must I need to come up with. But again, I will reiterate, transition from ngwava into building a proper business by setting the fundamentals right. The base, the brand voice, the operations, the systems, those are going to help you to move from ngwava to actually have something. So if you're going to register a business, like what Gamu said, now you're accountable to Zimra. Now you have a baby. Now you have something that you're building. So transition by ensuring that your base, your foundation for the thing that you want to build is clear. I hope I've answered. Last hand.
Hi, my name is Latavo. I think mine is more of a contribution. I think with the lady that was asking questions about how do I get funded or how do I get money, I think where we're lacking as Zimbabweans is research. There's actually a lot of pool of money lying around. So you find with the youth, there's a lot of, like today, there's actually an agricultural billionaires fund that's happening. So we're either not available or not accessible. So, for example, in your situation, it's probably grants. If you go in LinkedIn, there's a lot of opportunities where you have grants. They run from 1.5 pounds to about 3.2 million euros. So you would have to go on, I'll give you the links. There's opportunities for Africa. There's opportunities for young Africans, fellowship programs. So you find as long as your startup makes sense, it's actually available. I'm a testament because we recently got a grant for 35,000 for Agri-Tech Foundation. So like I'm saying, I think we had this conversation yesterday with Kosana, saying a lot of people are not researching. The money is flowing all over. You find with West Africans, they're getting the money because they're researching. And number two, with the gentleman that was sitting there talking about plumbing, your case is an issue of partnering with someone who has the right books. NGOs are not going to invest with you because you're still a new company. Your figures have to make sense. Your bank account has to make sense because they're looking at probably contracts that's range from 50,000 to about 250,000. And your books are probably 1,000. I can't trust you with your money. That's just the reality. So look for somebody who has the company with the books, but you come and subcontract that facility, then it will work for you. Thank you.
Litaba, when you were speaking, someone said, seriously, where is the money? We've been looking for the money. We can't find the money. A team from Center of Hope, please share with us the links. Chungo director, location, where they.
Thank you so much to Nyari. As a follow-up to what she said, please be on the internet, not TikTok every day. Research. There are grants, There are people who are called angel investors, venture capitalists, always be on the lookout. Tony Elumelo from Nigeria every year gives 1,000 entrepreneurs 5,000 US dollars as seed capital. But you are on social media insulting people. You're on social media doing ceiling challenge. How do you get money from a ceiling challenge?
It pays.
As a content creator, that damages the reputation at the end of the day. So if you're serious about business, find people, synergize, collaborate, work collectively together, and also be patient. Be patient. Rome wasn't built in a day. There's nothing called instant success. There is always instant porridge. God bless you. We're going to take a break. Where is Natasha? Natasha is going to assist us in terms of our health exercise. Then from there, we go for a tea break.
Morning, everyone. Okay, so we are going to do a short exercise. Many of us have trauma. We have childhood trauma from our childhood experiences, right? So we are going to do exercises to release that trauma and stored tension or stored trauma. So let's stand. Yes, many of you have trauma. Some of you grew in places whereby your mother was abused. You were actually abused. So it affects you. You now have stored trauma. So it's building up. So we are going to do the full body throw down, whereby we'll do like this. Ukuita ngori kuzviwisira pasi kuti kutura mafemo uchizvikandira pasi kudai. Okay, so you do that at home as well. And we are going to do the side sways. Okay, then we will do the throwouts. Sorry. We'll do throwouts. So throwouts, it's your arm. Okay, I want you to do that. You can your toes. Uchienda mudenga doing that. Okay, the last one. We'll do the arm throw downs. Like this. Okay, thank you. So if you do that every day, your stored trauma will disappear. Thank you.
Uthando lwakho Baba, uthando lwakho Baba, inzalo entsha. Ngangilahlekile, wangithola wena, nangisoni mina. Sengiyabona manje, ungumsindisi wami, ngiyabonga Jesu. Nangilahlekile, wena wangifumana Baba, nangisoni mina. Ngiyabonga, ngiyabonga, ngiyabonga kuwe, dwala lami bo, laphakade, uyindawo yami yokuqasha. Ngiyephi mina, mangisuka kuwe. Yithi mina sengakile, idwala lamadwala, mina sengakile dwaleni. Umoya, umoya, umoya wami bo.
Right. Four. Huh? Okay, thank you so much, our online audience, for staying with us. We're just having a short break, and we'll be back soon with our live services. So what we're doing now, I'm actually with the director of Center of Hope, Nehemiah Piri, who is also a practicing theologian, so you can address him as Pastor Nehemiah Piri or just Nehemiah Piri. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much,
And
Mr.
we just want to ask, for the benefit of the online audience, what are the objectives of why we are here for the 3 days?
Okay, thank you so much. Hello, viewers, and we like to thank you so much for being part of this workshop. Our idea is from ideas to income. We are more concerned about most of our young people, most of our adults. We have these ideas in the back of their minds, but they don't know how to translate them into income. Like it is said that what you have in your mind is what is that exactly that will make you great. So this workshop has been designed in such a way that people ideate and then turn into profit making after that idea. And also this is part of what we do as the Center of Hope in terms of like we are winning you off the street from drug and substance abuse. What then do you go and do? You have this idea, so let's translate that idea. Let's give you some practical solutions to you staying off the streets.
Okay.
Yes.
Maybe someone is asking, maybe someone who's participating online. Okay, so after the seminar, if I come to the Center of Hope, can you then give me extension services or help concerning this program that we're doing here?
Yes, definitely. Definitely. So we have people stationed at number 85 Baines, where our workstation is, ready to help us after this session to continue in learning and to continue ideating. We have our financial advisor who is stationed at the Center of Hope to make sure that the things that you're doing can be practically translated. So yes, we'll continue with these services even after the workshop.
Okay, fantastic. Yes. Maybe one last question. What does the Center of Hope do? What services can people benefit when they walk into the Center of Hope?
Okay, so our motto as the Center of Hope is giving hope, changing lives. That's our mantra. Anything that affects the human existence is that which we address at the Center of Hope. And all of our services are offered for free, pachena, kungela nhlawulo. So we offer those services for free. These are the services that we offer at the Center of Hope. Number one, we have counseling. We have psycho counseling, we have social counseling, and spiritual counseling. That means we have all those three phases of counseling. We have group counseling, we have individual counseling, and institutional counseling. That's about counseling. We also do mental health education to organizations and entities. Like we have Zimra here today. We have the CEO for Yanaya. We offer mental health education to their people, to their teams, so that, with workspaces, we're coming from different spaces, and then Center of Hope comes in as the bridge to make sure things are moving well and people are mentally sane. And then apart from mental health, we also do fitness sessions at number 85 Baines. And for now, we're still doing aerobics every Tuesday, every Thursday. That's after work from 5:30 to 6:30. And then on Sunday at 5 a.m. in the morning, we are already at the Center of Hope doing the fitness sessions. And not only are we doing that, we also have a nutritionist who is stationed at the center. We are saying after burning the fat, you don't need to go back to the same lifestyle. We have someone who is waiting for you to then say, because of this and that, now you're supposed to go and eat this, this and that. And also, our nutritionist also helps us for those that are saying, I'm struggling with this disease, what type of diet should I go about? The nutritionist is also there for us at the Center of Hope. And apart from that, we are also working towards having a vocational training center where we are saying we don't just want people with degrees but with no practical education. So we're working towards opening a vocational training center where people will be equipped practically to the needs of our day-to-day lives. I think basically this becomes the summary of the things. Then maybe the major events that people might want to know. We have sessions that we do every Friday. These are strictly for young people. We call it the Friday Night Live, where we meet and interact with young people. And then on Tuesdays, we have the Tuesday night Bible study, where we are saying, come, let's open the Bible. Let's see what you think about this. Let's see. And then we all come up with a solution to the biblical interpretation together. And then apart from that, we are always available for invitations from organizations, from families. Oh, by the way, we also do family visitations. If people want a pastoral visitation interdenominationally, we are open to that and to do that. I think basically that's about Center of Hope.
Well, thank you so much. There you have it, friends. So let's visit number 85 Baines Avenue, and we find all these services that we've been told by our dear pastor and director of the Center of Hope. Stay tuned. In the next few minutes, our live station continues. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you.
Mangisuka buena baba Twala la mi twala Twala la mi baba La pagate Jao yami jao Yoguta shantao yami Giepi Giepi mina Mangisuka Zono sa Nobona kwa Wandingulu lamina Utando lwa koba Utando lwa koba Kaba Sengiyabona manje ungumsindisi wami ongiyabonga Jesu nangilahlekile wena wangifumana baba ngangisonile ngiyabonga mina sengakile ngithi mina sengakile twaleni umoya wami bo sengakile noma izivunguvungu zomhlaba zihlukumeza angesabi lutho mina umoya wami bo sengakile twalelani bo laphakade uyindawo yami zami nobona kwami wandinqulula mina uthando lwakho Baba uthando lwakho Baba inzalo entsha ngangilahlekile wangithola wena nangisoni mina sengiyabona manje ungumsindisi wami ongiyabonga Jesu nangilahlekile wena wangifumana Baba nangisoni mina ngiyabonga oh ngiyabonga mina sengakile ngithi mina sengakile twaleni umoya wami bo sengakile noma izivunguvungu zomhlaba zihlukumeza angesabi lutho mina umoya wami bo sengakile twalala bo laphakade uyindawo yami yokutasha Kiepi mina angisuka kuwe twalala mibo laphakade uyindawo yami yokutasha Kiepi mina angisuka kuwe ithi mina sengakile itwala matwala mina sengakile twaleni umoya wami bo ngakile twaleni umoya wami bo zami nobona kwami wandinqulula mina uthando lwakho Baba uthando lwakho Baba inzalo entsha ngangilahlekile wangithola wena ngangisoni mina sengiyabona manje ungumsindisi wami ongiyabonga Jesu ngangilahlekile wena wangifumana Baba ngangisoni mina ngiyabonga oh ngiyabonga mina sengakile ngithi mina sengakile twaleni umoya wami bo sengakile noma izivunguvungu zomhlaba zihlukumeza angesabi lutho mina umoya wami bo sengakile twalala bo laphakade uyindawo yami yokutasha Kiepi mina mangisuka kuwe twalala mibo laphakade uyindawo yami yokutasha Kiepi mina mangisuka kuwe yithi mina sengakile itwala lamadwala mina umoya wami bo ngakile twaleni umoya wami bo
Ladies and gentlemen, all those that are outside, let's come in. All those that are outside, let's come in. Ladies and gentlemen, all those that are outside, let's come in. All those that are outside, let's come in. Let's come in. All those that are outside, let's come in. Let's come in, let's come in, let's come in. We still have a session. We still have 2 more sessions to go. Let's come in. Let's come in, ladies and gentlemen, let's come in. If you are still outside, please make your way to the Center of Hope. Let's come in, ladies and gentlemen. We will interact later. Let's come in. We need to continue with our lessons, our presentations. Let's come in. Let's come in, let's come in, let's come in. Extend. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start. So if you are still outside, you are delaying us. If you are still outside, you are delaying us. We're about to start. We're about to start. Let's come in. 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 If you know someone who's outside, please give them a shout. Let's all come inside. Let's all come inside. If you know someone who's outside, please give them a shout. Let's all come in. Let's all come in. Let's all come inside. Let's all come inside. We have 2 more sessions to go. We're running against time. Ladies and gentlemen, hello over there. Let's come inside. Let's come inside. Let's come inside. We'll interact later. Anyway, let's proceed with our presentation. Our next presentation is focusing on bookkeeping. Our next presentation is focusing on bookkeeping. Now that you have an idea, you are building, you have complied with company registration, how do you keep track of the business every day? How do you keep track of the business every day? You need to record bookkeeping and records. Bookkeeping and records. Some of you are so gifted in Mjolo that you keep records and screenshots. Yeah, every screenshot is a gunshot. I like that one. Every screenshot is a gunshot. We are so gifted in recording, but our businesses have no files. And when we then apply for loans and then they ask references, we have nothing to show. The only reference that we have is in our mind. That day I transacted so, I gave so and so, I bought this, I bought that. That's not business. That's not business. So, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Tanaka. Tanaka is an accountant by study and profession. He's an accountant by study and profession, qualified accountant. Then he's a consultant by work, meaning all of us here are his prospective clients. As long as you're running a business, you need a bookkeeper, you need a consultant. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes.
Alrighty. It's what? It's 12, 4 past 12. So it's afternoon, eh? Afternoon, people. So you're supposed to be excited. Afternoon, people. Thank you very much. No, you're sounding more positive, more loudly and stuff. I know when the accountants come, usually you don't like them. Even girls, one of the questions that were asked by girls, or what I'm asked by a girl is, what job do you have? And I tell them, and I'm accountant. And they're like, saka ndofana to adjust. And I'm like, what adjust about the G? That means I'm not going to be spending much. But generally, being an accountant, it's yes, I know our common language is atinaji, atinamari. And you come in, you say something. And that's basically what we do as accountants. But what I want to try and bring about is this. If you are going to have a business, or if you want to start a business, definitely you have to do a process that is called bookkeeping. Are we together? You have to do a process that is called bookkeeping. And I just want us to do a small exercise just to get us into the mood and understanding and put the brainwave of understanding that we're bookkeepers. So greet the next person to you, say, hi, bookkeeper. Hi, bookkeeper. Yes, hi, bookkeeper. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. At least I can see the smiles now. I can see the smiles. So part of my background is this. Like what he said, I'm an accountant by profession. I've worked for 7 years at an accounting firm, Ernst & Young. I left there as an assistant manager. And then right now I'm consulting. I'm working for the Center of Hope. So I'm consulting with the finance and accounting department. That's where I am. So that's what I generally do. My life is about figures, generally. Right. So let's talk about it. Bookkeeping. The reason why I asked you to greet each other and say, hi, bookkeeper, is because all of us, by some form or another, we are bookkeepers. You might not really be cognizant of it, but in some degree or measure, you are a bookkeeper. Why am I saying so? So you're going to go home today. When you're going to get home, you're going to fetch in your pockets, and you're going to find the notes that you have in your pockets. And the notes will then tell you how much you have at that current moment in time. Someone will then say, but ndabuda ndine 20, ndadzoka ndine $3. Chichaitika. Auntie? And then as you start going back and asking yourself questions. Okay, so I did transport $2. Transport, gate. But $35, that was too fast. So then I did in drive, which was like $5. Okay, 7, so 7. Then when I gate, ndona timbre na mama ne smooth the next time. Okay, so but wait, what short $50? $50 and a baby. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So what you have just done bookkeeping in your mind. So that's why I was saying, greet yourself and say, hi, bookkeeper, because generally all of us are bookkeepers. You might not know it and be cognizant of it, but you are a bookkeeper. But now let's put it into professional terms. I hope she will be able to beam. Definition of a bookkeeper: records and maintains financial transactions, ensures accuracy and organization, tracks income, expenses, assets, liabilities. And then it says, so generally, what is, if I want to put it into layman terms, a bookkeeper keeps the financial story of a business clear and reliable. So what it means is to say, when you're doing bookkeeping, you're writing a story, but just in figures. So if you're to come to me and I was to ask you the performance of your business, I don't necessarily have to you tell me what's happening. Just give me your books. I can open and I can say, okay, sakayo Maria kwenu nyanya kuyamna March. Agazona nenga rukhemza kazhinji zvakadhakwa. But my expenses are kwakakurisa. I'm doing that because I'm looking at your books. So what it is, a bookkeeper keeps the financial story of the business. So what it means is to say, like what Nyari was saying, it's a story. Do you have a story in the financial term? You're talking about business. Are you writing in the beginning? Or you're just going and going and going in the dark and we don't know where you are going? Let's move forward. Next slide. Key responsibilities. So one of the things that I found, which was interesting, even as a consultant, which is funny sometimes when Shunyare was talking about circles and stuff. So you meet a certain individual, the individual comes to you and says, elder, business rangu, rukuda capital. And then you look at them, you're like, oh, okay. Uruda mari. And then they go, and then they go, 5,000-6,000 is not going to go Buddha. Zekuma 5,000-6,000. But makazon paka 8. And then you're looking at them and you're like, this person does not know and does not even have in the beginning. They have to start writing a narrative. What does this mean when you're saying you're a bookkeeper? It starts off by daily recording transactions. One of the painful part about being a bookkeeper, and I can understand, because I also was doing business before this whole accountancy thing. I also would try to do these things. Recording daily transaction is difficult. Because we forget. There are a lot of things that happen during the day. Some of these things are not even receipted. Sometimes $5, but not. And sometimes recording it day in, day out can be difficult. One of the things that you find a pain point for a lot of business owners as they start is not having the ability to consistently record transactions each and every time. The reason why I'm really specializing on this thing is to understand one thing. The moment you unlock the bookkeeping secret, the moment you start opening up more secrets to your business that you didn't know. Let's move into the second part. You're managing invoices and receipts. One common trend of any accountant harasi chinonzi receipt. Unozviziva? Hakuna. And the accountant andokudzoresa mari kana kwasauya nereceipt. How many of us have gone through that? Chef, receipt yenyu iri kupi? Zvinhu zvandatenga zvanisina receipt. Abo, chinipa mari iyoyo, wenondira receipt. Ozodzoka ndozokupa mari yako. I know you hate us, but that's the work. Auntie? So they're always making sure that they keep in invoices and receipts. So at my former workplace, EY, talking about the story, they have a picture. This picture is a 1977 picture of a receipt. The first client's receipt that Ernst & Young had done in the accounts compliance and reporting system. It was very interesting. So what am I saying? Keep your receipts and keep a record about them. Secondly, reconciling the bank statements. So what I said, but remember when I was talking about Mark saying, oh, $10, $10, $2, $3. What you are just doing, you are doing what we call bank reconciliation or cash reconciliation. So but you just don't think about it. So what you're just doing, when you come back at home, like today, you should try it today. When you get home, sit down, and then start asking yourself, what did I do today? I got out of the house with $50. I came out, now I've got 10. What happened in between? You record it, and that's what we then call a bank reconciliation or a cash reconciliation. That's that. And then prepare basic reports. Basic reports are your income and expenditure. What you have received and what you have what? Taken out. That's what we're asking you to do. Basic. It's not too difficult. I'm just talking about basic, eh? Again, Chris, the next person to you. Hi, bookkeeper. Are you still there? Or you have lost yourself in the bookkeeping thing? Right, let's move forward. Right, third. The importance of bookkeeping, and this is really one of the most pivotal part about bookkeeping. One, it provides financial clarity. It provides financial what? Clarity. So working at a firm, I enjoyed it because I was sitting next to the Zimra guys and I was like, the fights that we used to have with these guys, it's very interesting. So what these guys would come to you and say, Chef, my expenses are my badara. And then you're like, hey, take a badara. Tipa your evidence with makabadara. Now you're scratching your head. And now you're trying to explain to them, no, badara is not tax, but now you have to have a receipt that says it's not tax. So financial clarity helps you by doing what we call bookkeeping. Are we together? It allows you, when these guys come to your office and tell you, you're supposed to pay such and such an amount, you can put out your receipts and say, Ipi mari, because this is zero rated goods. Are we together? Let's move forward. It supports business survival. And I love this part. It supports business survival. So once upon a time, this was around 2018. So 2018, one of my friends decided to give me some money. Funny enough, as an accountant, I wasn't really taking these things seriously. So I started my own business, busy doing what I was doing and stuff like that. So my friend then comes to me and says, Chief, I gave you 2,000. Yeah, and it be 2,000. Now I'm scratching my head now. Hey, 2,000. I know that just 2,000. How many of us have had those situations? Oh, I'm my investor. Okay, it's fine. You can answer in your hearts. But you have ever had those moments where you're asking yourself, where did that money go to? I don't even remember any cent. It's because of one thing. When you don't have proper bookkeeping, the survival of your business is always threatened. And why am I saying so also? The other point is this. If you record your transactions correctly, and everyone knows exactly where your money is going, or you know where your money is going, the advantage about it is this. You can pinpoint where your next problem is. Some of you, if you to ask you, you lost 3,000, what happened? You can't even pinpoint where the expense was going. You then start to figure out that the supplier that is supplying me this is too expensive. Or maybe the traveling courses that I'm doing are too expensive. Maybe I just need to buy a motorcycle. So what that happens too, it helps you support your business in terms of survival. So bookkeeping is essential. It's very fundamental to any business. You might have an idea, but if you don't keep records which allow you to pinpoint where your money is going and where your money is coming from, trust me, you will lose it. Let's move over. Ensures compliance. My friends, Zimra, they come into play. Not just that, also, the banks come into play. Because there's no part when you're trying to get a bank loan. They'll ask you, can we please have your financial statements? Or can you please have at least some form of bookkeeping? It helps you be able to ensure compliance with any authority. So why is it? It's really critically important. And then lastly, it builds investor trust. You might have lost money. You might have actually got into your negatives. It didn't come out, right? I gave you 3,000, I gave you 10,000, I gave you 20,000. Zvaramba, 100 zamabuka kokuti ane minus 25,000. It's easier for me to help you knowing exactly where you lost it than you coming and saying, I'm done and asking zvazongoitika. Chii chaitika. Kuti ndiyanso explain kuti noza pandazoenda paboda ka amene zvazoita and then pandazochargwa pandazodzoka. When I look at you and I'm asking you, I'll be like, uyaskuzia zvari kuita. But with this builder investment trust, what it allows me to do is we can sit down with your books and say, you're actually making sales, you. I think your problem is here. Maybe if you reduce this, and maybe if you don't quickly buy your staff uniforms at the moment, you might actually save more. Are we together? So I'm just trying to bring in the quintessential importance about bookkeeping, because it's essential. It holds a fundamental part within our business. If we do not have that, or if we are not serious about that, definitely things will not go in the good way. Allow me, generally, I'm an elder, so I'm supposed to at least say a verse. What does the church say? Yeah, I have to say a verse. My bosses are watching me also, right? So Proverbs 27 verses 23, I hadn't given up. But find what the wisest man says. The wisest man says here, be thou diligent to know the state of your flocks. That's what Solomon is saying. Solomon is saying, be diligent to know the state of your flocks. Flocks was the income, or was the money, or where the shepherd would get his money. Be diligent in understanding where your money is going. Auntie. And then he says, Banaba, well to thy heads, take cognizance and take care of your head. Make sure that your head is what? Is okay, because it gives you money. Let's move over to the next slide. All right. Bookkeeping and making decisions. I think I did touch a bit about it. Enables informed decisions. So part of my job at the Center of Hope is this. Pastor Piri then wakes up in the morning from a dream. And then he calls me. Tana, yes, boss. Introductory event. Okay, boss. What type of an event? I want to do a workshop. Okay, that's fine. What's the big budget like? I don't know. What do you think? So imagine if I wasn't holding any bookkeeping and I do not know any finances. What will I do? I'll shoot in the dark and go, chef, boss, do for the boss wangu. I don't think I'm going. Boss, it die. And then I go, yeah, I think so. It's okay, let's do it. In our books, there is $2,000. This event is costing us $3,300. What happens? There's $1,300 that's lost, eh? Where am I going to get the $1,300? No way. So what it helps me to do is it enables me to make informed decisions. I then go to my boss and I say, boss, the event is great, but if you can put the budget at 1,000, I think it works. What does this mean to you as a business person? There are certain things that you want to do for your business that at that time your finances will never allow you. But because you do not have the right information, you cannot make the right decisions. Are we together? As a business owner, I've been part of it. Because there's panic excitement. I remember when I started my business, I justified the reason why I should buy myself an iPhone 15. It made sense. Trust me, it made sense. If you were to ask me, I'll tell you, sure, so my shoes need to be advertised, so I need a phone that takes nice pictures, and then it does this. I bought myself an iPhone 15. But alas, I got myself into a loss. But if I had known what my bookkeepings are saying, what my books are saying, they would have told me, Chef, iPhone 15 I'm starting kuigwanisa. Chamunokwanisa zvinezvi. Kutenga, I'm not going to say the brand, some are going to be offended. Yo yaona yo. Zvinobuda zvatoda kuita. Are we together? So one of the things that it allows you to do, it informs you, it gives you good decisions. We're going to go through a process of practical things. I'm just giving you a layman terms about it. But we're going to go into practicality of it and try to figure out, all right, Chef, but does this actually make sense? Let's move over. Improves cash flow. My accountants, are there accountants in here? Are there any accountants? Okay, I see 1, 2 up, perfect. So there's a statement that we say as accountants, atina cash. Do you know why we say atina cash? You know the cash flow issue. Cash flow tells us how much cash that we have and how this cash is moving within the business. There are certain transactions that need cash immediately. There are certain transactions that we can use a bank transfer. Some of you have come to us and say, kana kusenta, chef, ndineka project kata nchida kuita nanzi nduye kwamuri, pastor Piro andi director, oboswa uchiveza akumaongo kuchida kutora mari. Ndo vandati nini, bank account renyu inonzi chi. And then you look at it, bank account, atina cash chef, tine bank. What am I doing? I'm doing what we call cash flow. Why cash flow is essential is this. In business or in your businesses, you would understand there are things that need cash ASAP and there are things that you can pay without cash. Cash is liquid. Cash can make a negotiation go fast. My dad always says, kanataka nontenga moto, katende tekabada cash. Do you know why he's saying so? It's easier to negotiate with cash. So as you do your businesses, you understand one thing, which is now we're talking about cash flow control. For your creditors, van has credit. But there ain't a bank. Kana versions fast renegotiation so that you can save money, but there ain't cash. But wakati munhu wese anongoya you pay cash, you might lose the ballpark. Are we together? So cash flow allows you also to make decisions. Not just that, guiding prices. I'll give you another perfect practical example. So I have 2 shops. One is in Borodale and one is in town. My books tell me that the one in town has the same sales. I sell this thing at $5 a piece. My cost is about $3. I make profit for $2. All right, I forgot to say this. That's when you start looking for us to help you. Can we do the math now? Your sale price is $5. Your expenses is $3. Your profit is $2. Thank you. I can see you are good at math here. That's me selling in town. Then when I go to Borodale, my selling price is $5. But my cost is $4. My profit is $1. That means I'm making less in what? In Borodale than I'm making in town. Guided prices. This can only be done by a person who's writing things down. Wakadeta zvemsoro wako manje. Ndoba unozotara zisirizo manje. Wakutara price yokuti kana uzotaka right. What am I saying? So then you realize in Borodale, I'm making $1. This is not good for me. But you also look at the clientele that is there and you're like, but the clientele that is here can probably afford $7.50. So if I up my sales by $2.50, I get an extra profit of $2.50, meaning I'm getting a profit of $3.50. That decision is only being made and guiding your prices because you have what we call bookkeeping. So the importance of bookkeeping, it allows you to be able to make decisions looking at the environment that you are in. Are we together? But if you then take the $7.50 and you plug it into town, what happens to you? Sales go down. Because we're like, you are now what? Too expensive. So you see how bookkeeping allows you to start knowing the secrets of your business in and out. So someone then will come to you and say, and I think you guys have gone through this. Unosvika mutown uchitenga something ona chiri kuita $50. Chekerera wakaenda pa downtown. Unoona chakatodzika kuti 75 cents. Wobva wachekerera upstairs uko. Unoona chakanzi $2.50. What they have done is they've studied their books. They've known when to sell more, at what place, at what price, sell less but increased volume, at what. This is all done through bookkeeping. Can I then say this again? Can you greet the next person to you? Hi, bookkeeper. Hey, I'm now a bookkeeper. So this is the nice part about it. Supports growth decisions. I've made this. Bookkeeping turns guesses into informed decisions. Remember when I started off and I said, Uruda Mari? One of the things that I found, which was quite interesting, I'm relating this is one of my stories. So a guy comes to me and says, hey, I want to buy a couple of sneakers from you. I'm like, oh, fine, great, fantastic. How many pairs do you want? And he says, I want 10 pairs. 10 pairs, that's a good sell. And then he says, but I can't pay the same price that you pay the normal price. Let's negotiate. So this guy is a very shrewd negotiator. He knew his number. I didn't know my number. So he starts throwing me figures. So you know what it is? For some of us that are a bit slow, calculating in our heads times 10 is very hard. Because you say $7.50, you're like, Mbomira, what do I calculate? Ziti. But Ziti. But cost yangu mari. But Ziti. And then you get to a point where you're cornered, you're put into a corner, and then you say, katite. And then you take it. Alas, when the things are coming and you're receiving your money, you realize you didn't even get to break-even point. Why? It's because one thing, bookkeeping. You did not take time to know your costs well. So much so that when a person comes and says, let's negotiate, you know exactly how to negotiate. Are we together? Let's move forward. Let's move to the next slide. Right. Why decision-making matters? No profitability. Assessing growth affordability. Identify cost savings and reduce risks. So the benefit about bookkeeping are in these four. There are many. There are many. So there are things that you call as and trust me, we charge you. The moment you do this, we're like, good. We will reduce your cost because we just read the story of your financials. That's what we just did. So what am I trying to say to you? We all have this in our tools and we can do it. And we can actually make good decisions that help our businesses so that we can grow much, much better. Let's move into the next slide. Challenges for startups and SMEs. One lack of time. You are everything in your business. You are everything. You are the marketer, you are the accountant, you are the front desk officer, you are the receptionist, you are security guard, and you are faucet. You want to make sure you are everything. Transport, logistics, lack of time. By the time I say, let's sit down and do the books, you're like, I am tired, my guy. I can't do this thing anymore. But one of the things that you find is this, like what the verse says, a shepherd is always diligent about his sheep. Whether you like it or not, it's your sheep. You have to be diligent. Create time for it. Sit down. 5 minutes. How much did you put? How much did you take out? Another thing, limited financial knowledge. Limited financial knowledge. I always say this. My mother always says this. Mnanoraska kuda. Have you ever heard that? Mnanoraska kuda say? Kuda, what's the solution? Ask. Obvious, don't charge it, but ask. Do you get it? You might be like, you might ask me on a very nice day. It's a men's whatsoever conviction, and I'm just relaxed, and you say, Tanak, sakapanika problem. No, visa each way up, but you asked, and you helped. Are we together? So, ask. The nicer part, and I always say this, Masawada, I don't know why you don't make business. Well. Do you know being an SDA gives you access to certain things that other people will never wish to get to? Okay, I'll give you an example. Imagine me as an elder. Abana banjadi babana. Abana, cheno dishida. Cheno confidence is no boa. I just have to go, okay, it's my job God gave me, so I have to answer you. So I'll answer you. You get what I'm trying to say? So what I'm trying to give is to say, even if you ask someone else that is doing business, nyari jeje, or even Gamu, whether she likes it or not, ask her, Gamu, do the registration, whether she wants or not, she just go, greet the person next to you. I can smile, because if I don't, you get what I'm trying to say? And then the other thing, cost constraints. Cost constraints. It's also something that prohibits people from doing that. Learning is a problem because it costs also to learn. Poor habits, and this is where we are all caught. Poor habits. Poor habits. Yeah. And one of the things that you find, there are very simple little things that we do that just makes sure our books don't tie. And what I mean by this, and I'll come to you with a very, very simple example. Wabuda ne $10. You've calculated, you've realized kune $2. Yauri kushaya taenda kupi. Then you are asked, where did that $2 go to? Then you think about it. Maybe you saw a pair of socks and then you just decided to buy them. But when you stick my socks are mumba. But you just liked them, so you just bought them. Poor habits. Are we together? So what kills this is poor habits. But what allows it is this. When you're doing your bookkeeping, you can actually trace with my socks are not go and panapa. And I 6 my pay, but I want you to know. Are we together? And then you'll be able to know that. And then obviously complex systems, we're now talking about deep accounting. We're now using different systems and Apastel and stuff like that for PAYE, Belina, and etc. But those things can be learned. There's nothing that can't be learned. But I want to talk about just basic accounting. Basic accounting. Let's move over to 7. My last page, and then we get into the proper basic accounting. So we get a bit of an understanding. So, key takeaways. Bookkeeping is essential. Do we all agree? Because if you don't agree, that means they haven't done anything today. Do we all agree? Yeah. Bookkeeping is essential. Provides clarity and control, right? Drives better decisions, and without it, businesses guess. Are we together? So that's it. Let's now get into the practical side of it. I want to ask if I can get one person to come who's probably is doing a startup or they've started their business, maybe small, who have done some transactions. If you could come up and we could have a discussion of your business, if you're okay with that. Investor all right. Hey, I wanted to say, what does the church say? I like this. All right. Shanandra, tell me, what is your business about?
I'm a chef by profession.
Chef, okay.
Yes. I do cakes. And I also do corporate lunch deliveries as well. Yeah.
So cakes, corporate lunch events.
And catering, yeah.
And catering. So these are the 3 things that you do, your fundamental businesses. Right. So I'll ask the crowd, what do you think are his selling points? She talked about cakes, and so she makes money she makes a cake, she sells it to you, she gets money. Are we together? In accounting, we have what we call PERLS. Can you write that down? PERLS. P-E-A-R-L-S. PERLS. On PERLS, I want you to divide P-E-R one side of it and R-L-S the other side of it. Right? So this is basic accounting. So I'm taking from my example. So, Shanandra gets an order. The order is, Shanandra, can I buy a cake from you? How much is a medium-sized cake? Just
35.
35. We need a 40.
What?
So her cake is going for $40. Are we together? Right. Remember we have PERLS. So on PERLS, this is what it means. P stands for purchases. Are we together? Purchases. And then E stands for expenses. Antika? And then A stands for assets. Auntie? And then RLS, R stands for revenue. The money that you get, the money. Auntie? L stands for liabilities. And S, depending. Some call it sales, some call it capital, but we put it as capital. Auntie? So RLS are what we call liabilities. And those guys are known as negative. Hello? Negative we're taking out. And then the other side of the PER is assets, the positives, the pluses. And the pluses are the things that purchases, expenses. I'm the mixer. The PEL is the negatives. And the other side is the positives. But we will explain. We'll go for it. Don't worry. Can you please put the ledger that I put across? Or that I sent you? She'll show you. So Shanandra has got a cake order. And when she got a cake order, what happened was she received $40. Auntie. So on the PEL exercise, do you see the Diara? Diara is called debit. Are we together? CR is called what? Credit. Hello, bookkeeper.
Hello.
I like it. You know these things, right? So Diara is the guy that puts money in. Are we together? Yes, Diara is the guy that is the positives. Ciara is the guy that we don't like. The guy that takes out things. Are we together? Yeah, we don't like that one. But let's enjoy. Let's see what happens here. Right. So, Shanandra makes a cell, right? And she puts a cell. So she writes the date. Today is what? 16 April. So 16 April. Account. Which account received the money? Cashika. Under receiver cash. So the account is cash. Description, cake cell. Are we together? Right. Where is she putting it there? She's a cell. Remember papel. Tessa Pelka. RLS. It's what? So R is what? Revenue. So she's received revenue. And it's at RLS anima credit. Sakanika shenda ku CR oko. So she just records $40. Are we together? Are we still following each other? I'm scared that you might get lost. Right. Back to school 101 account. Right. Shanand, tell me, what are the costs? Give me 3 costs that you incur when you're making a cake.
Well, my costs are my ingredients,
Ingredients,
my labor,
labor.
and yeah, those are my 2 main.
There's something that I had?
Electricity, yeah.
Antika.
Mhm.
So you're building the costs. Antika. So it's a labor, the ingredients, the electricity, the what. In Pearl, what do we call that? Those are expenses. And in Pearl, where do they go? Between the CR and the DR? The DR. Are we together? Right. On an average, on an average, how much is the cost of a $40 cake?
It's about $13 to $15.
$18 to $15 thereabouts. Right.
I will continue charging you 40.
Right. So on the DR expenses, she's going to put what? $15. Are we together? Auntie. So we're seeing how she's checking her things out, right? There are other costs that we also have to incur. Transport, unless you're putting it to
I
the
charge transport fee again.
you also yeah. So then I tell her, Asha, induda keke ranguku, nduda toripo mskana ari Mount Pleasant kubasa. Gentlemen, what does the gentleman say? The gentlemen are quiet. Gentlemen are quiet. They don't like this thing, right? She then puts a transport fee. Transport fee probably she puts it at $5. What's that also? It's an expense. So she puts it at the DR, right? Those that have got that is name is guys. Chimubulizo umakakilete indaraska wapa manje. Takati $40 ye expense. Top visama takati $40 ye sale top visama expenses kuno sara mari. Kuno sara mari? $20. That's what? Yes, I can see. Yes. Okay. All right. I think the communications guy will come and assist with this. Oh, it's smoking. It's cooking also there. Okay. Interesting. So you're asking a question, yes? It's we're putting it. Remember, on Pearl's way, is it? DR. So it's there. Are we together? It's where? DR. It's an expense. So it's put at the what? DR side. Are we together? Tarasika. Trukuiran. Antika. So after we have done that, we have done our income, we have reduced our expenses, we're left with our what? What's that thing that we're calling? Profit. We have made man. And this is the thing that we put in our what? Pockets. You are not going to eat the $40. What is yours is what? $20. Are we together? So take it out. It's fine. So the $20, you can now take a seat. What do you say for her assistance? Can you clap hands for her? Hey, Tajara Church, what do you say? Right. So what I'm just trying to bring about, I'm not doing deep dive accounting, Auntie. I'm just trying to enable your mind to understand how you can record these transactions easier for you. Right. So what we used to do when we were in Form 4, there's a book that we used to use that is called Frank Wood. Frank Wood did this guy. So now what we were taught is we bought what we call A4 exercise books. And then the A4 exercise books, you would write this. And then you start writing. So you would write for the month, uchidzika, unyora uchidzika, uchinyora uchidzika. So the exercise that I'm asking you to do, and I'm not talking about Excel, because Excel is another different dimension of it. I'm just talking about this basic accounting. And please, as you know, we can say, all right, the furthest you can remember where you received your income, or the furthest you remember when you received your capital, which is your seed money, that's when you can start writing there. And then start writing the expenses that you incur. Try to remember them. Put it in there. Write them down and try to see, is this making sense or is it not making sense? And then you come up with the profit. What now are we talking about the profit? And I think that's where I'm going to try and close this thing. So profit. Where do we lose it on our profit? How do we end up having zero at the end of the day? Ndabuda netikuendeka. But mandozosvika wazondiudza saka chii chaitika ndozokuti handisisina mari. What happened? What happened? Yes. Sorry.
Poor habits. Ndasangana namukoma. Ndavapa mari yedrink. Ndine my expenses handisina kuisa like transport and packaging. Saka kune tunhu twatisingaita account for.
I like that. So hanzi ndasangana namukoma. Mukoma wabva wachezati ndipewo ka 5. But kwende waburitsa chi 5. But also at the same time you realized, but nansinesa packaging. You ran, you got your packaging, you put it in, yajika futi kaunga 20, yajika kaunga 5. Tatozika yapa 10 handika. We're just reducing. While this you're going, waito onzara, unganguzungubike usingajike. Why realize that no, pane chicken in, you bought your $4.50 chicken in, you have reduced it. By the time you notice, you've finished your what? Your profit. Poor habits. But in their example, I like it because she talked about packaging. What this bookkeeping teaches us is this. It allows us to be able to see that thing that we cannot see when we're just talking. So now I know, okay. So next time when I'm charging, I can't just put without packaging. I have to include packaging. How much is packaging? It's such and such an amount. It's an included cost towards my product. Are we together? So that is achieved by this that we call the general ledger or a cash book, whatever you want to call it. That is bookkeeping 101. It allows us to make informed, better decisions. Next time you then know kana 20 yangu yawe, unongo notosubata because unongo kunyara kurekoda mbuku. Are we together? Because if I was to start asking you and say, can I please have your books? Uchandratidzere kuti iwewe wakazopa mukoma $5. Ndobva wazidinga chicken ini $4.50. Ndobva kana ndongo kuteza ndoti. Saka oda ndikupe 10,000. Iwe uchotenga ko chicken ini nekupa mukoma $5. Apana kwatiri kuenda. Right. So, yeah, I think this is the end of my presentation. I'll give it over.
You're talking about money and bookkeeping and transaction, people tend to be quiet, eh? We love recording in Cholo. The screenshot. Someone said every screenshot is a gunshot. But as you were talking about bookkeeping, this came to my mind. The very Bible also talks about bookkeeping and transaction. The wealthiest man in the Bible, from the side of Uz, it says Job. Job was the wealthiest man. He had 7,000 sheep, 3,000 camel, 500 yoke of oxen, and 500 donkeys. But if he had God, still kept books.
Yes.
He never left his business under the guardianship of the Holy Spirit to do bookkeeping. See, majority of us, we come and pray and expect the Holy Spirit to do bookkeeping for us. The other part I picked from you is the power of bookkeeping. Without bookkeeping, appearances are very deceptive. They hide defects and deformations. Because we live in a world that celebrates posture without projecting problems.
Okay.
Some companies on social media are striving, but in reality, they are struggling. Any questions? Any questions? Any questions? Any questions? All right. Before I start here, let me start from somewhere.
Thank you for your presentation. My question is, as a startup or a small company, when does it become cost effective to hire a bookkeeper instead of doing it yourself?
Okay. All right. When does it become cost effective? So generally, one of the things that you're trying to do in your business is you're trying to minimize cost to the best of your abilities. Right? That's the general idea. I'm trying to minimize my costs at the best of my abilities. When do you bring us into play? One, when the complexity of recording accounting becomes too difficult for you to report accurately and clearly. Now you need someone else who's better, who knows more about these things. Antika? So you're going to call me in because it's now becoming a bit too complex for you. You can't get the all nitty-gritties there. So then you can probably call us. The other reasoning you probably call us is because of it is impeding your efficiency or your efficiency in business. Right? You need to now run around and make the deals. And you can see I no longer have the space and the time to be able to sit down and do the books. And you have tried by all means necessary. That's when you can call us in to say, okay, chef, I now need you in. Can you help me so that I have a better appreciation and understanding of my books? Have I answered? Yeah.
Right, Elder. Tawana $20 profit entity.
Yeah, but
Ndapa mungoma $5, right? I profit kai. How exactly is that wrong? I mean, I want to understand how exactly should we manage this profit? Because it's profit. Is giving $5 a problem or what? What exactly is supposed to happen?
All right. Interesting. That's a very good question. So let me take off Mkoma. Let me use my mother. Can I put it personal now? My mother then calls me and says, Tani, can I have $5 for airtime? Auntie, I've decided either to say, moms, and now $5, but under $5, but or I can give her the $5. Or I feel bad that I'm a son and she's kept me, so I need to give her $5. Are we together? So to obvious, you would say it's nothing bad, it's okay. But in accounting, there's an equation. Assets plus liabilities is equals to capital. Auntie. What is an asset? Asset is something that you invest in that either gives you back your money, protects it for a long term. Simple terms. Auntie. So, and then there's a liability. A liability is something that takes away money from you without return in short periods of time or even in long periods of time. Okay. Are we together? So you're giving money to your mother as much as it's nice. Is it an asset or a liability? Liabilities kill businesses. So the reality of it is this. Kupam koma, not shut. But in a sense of your business, it is going to choke you. Because there is no return about it besides a prayer from my mother. And remember, the Holy Spirit does not write books for me. But if my sister comes to me and says, Tani, nanchikumbro $10. Ndoda kuita ku business. And then that pays, those okupaya 15. What is that now? Asset. I can give my sister. Now makes sense for me. Are we together? Have I answered it? Right.
Okay, thank you. So mine is more about paying yourself like a salary. How best can you give yourself a salary? Should I take the rest of the $20 or I don't know? That's a question from me.
Right, she's talking, it's a very, very pertinent question. You still need to pay rent, aren't you? You still need to eat food, and you need to sustain yourself. Right, they are what we call, okay, on the books you can't write it. You can't write it. It's like an intangible asset. You need to eat for you to work tomorrow, aren't you? That means the food that you eat is going to be the energy that is going to be used for work, which that work gives you back money. Together. So there are things that even as accountants or even as auditors, if you sit down to explain, they'll understand that it's a necessity for the survival of the business. Are we together? But understand one thing, the reason you created the business is the thing that ticks off what is supposed to be spent and what is not supposed to be spent on you. What it means is to say, pane sadza redhora, but 20 unowana kuti rako sadza redhora, wotoguta wotofamba. But some of us, pa 20 baba, ndoenda ku7 rings. Ndongwa latte ne 3 McDonald's, which will cost me $15. Poor habits and decision making. And then ndoro in drive. Kubva kubhorodo because nanchida 7 rings ekubhorodo. Na ndidi 7 rings yepa 5 ave. Ndoro in drive kubva kubhorodo ndichenogara kwadza. Are we together? So survival is paramount. You can spend for the survival of a business, but spend it wisely in a manner that returns back to you, not in a manner that always takes away from you. Auntie? Yeah.
Awesome. Let's give him a round of applause. A round of applause. Are there any other questions? So what I'm going to do, after our presentation, we have a podcast. We have a podcast. So don't rush to go home. Remain if you have extra time to listen to more nuggets. Remember when Jesus was doing parables, people will go, then explanation will remain for the few. So that's very important. Thank you so much, my brother. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So now we're entering the other season. Where is Natasha? Is Natasha here? To do a small exercise for us. Is Natasha around? Or there is Natasha? Are you able to do a health exercise for us? Or we call Chantel? Chantel, you are kindly requested by the podium this side to do a health exercise for us. Yes, you know, Zimra people are very serious. They are very serious. They came with questionnaires. Please answer truthfully and honest. They're not going to follow you at home, no. Just answer truthfully and honest. Answer truthfully and honest. They're serious about their work. Are you able to do a health exercise for us?
Good afternoon, everyone. So you are going to stand up and just greet 5 to 10 people, ask them what they do, exchange contacts.
It's called speed networking. Not speed dating. No. Speed networking. Speed networking. Hope we're all enjoying our speed networking. Yes, I hope we're all enjoying our speed networking. I hope we're all enjoying our speed networking. Speed networking. Literally, by the end of our workshop, know at least 5 people outside your comfort zone. At least after our workshop, know 5 people outside your comfort zone. Let's get seated. Let's get seated. Let's get seated. Yes. Let's get seated. Let's get seated. Let's get seated. Let's get seated. Yes, I know it's fun. I know we are enjoying the speed networking. Don't worry, we still have tomorrow, we still have an afternoon. Let's get seated. Let's get seated. Let's get seated, Mr. Plumber. Let's get seated. Let's get seated. Let's get seated and we start. And we start. So there is one question from the online community. Let's step aside. So from the online community, they are asking this question. The person is saying, how do I balance my books as a startup? My startup is my only source of income and livelihood. How do I balance my books for personal expenses and the business as well? So from my understanding is, are there any applications that one can use to track personal expenses at the same time as a form of bookkeeping for the business?
Tricky question. It is possible. You can do, all right, so I'll use myself as an example. So I track my own personal expenses, literally. I use Excel. That's how I track myself. So you can have either. You can buy 2 books if you want, 2 A4 exercise books. One is for your personal, the other one is for your business. And then you record separately on the 2, knowing exactly what is supposed to be personal and the other one is supposed to be for business.
Thank you so much. When you hear people saying fit the body that works, know that they are about to abuse company money. Know that they are about to abuse company money. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue with our workshop, we are enjoying. Beyond the workshop, there is podcast. Beyond the workshop, there is speed networking. Make sure that by the end of the workshop, you know at least 5 people outside your comfort zone. People that you can call your new network, eh? Now we're moving to the other serious part. The Zimra people are here. Like I said, they have papers that we need to share. Then for our online community, they have online survey. They're going to talk about it so that you also participate and you fill in truthfully and honest. It doesn't mean they're going to look for you. It's just an online survey. So on behalf of Zimra, we have 2. We have Sheila, then we have Fungiso. They are here to share with us what Zimra does, what is our role, and how best we can have a relationship with them. So that when you see Zimra, you don't run away. How can you come here if you can't run? How can you come here if you can't run? So Zimra is here to assist us so that we don't run. Don't run, Murife, don't run. Over to you, Fungiso.
Thank you very much. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Fungiso Mchengi. I work at Zimra. We did not come alone today. With me, I have Sheila Chikunguru, and somewhere in the crowd is our manager, Mr. Chitungo. And we are very happy to be here. We are very excited to get this opportunity to demystify this running and all these issues that are associated with nice people like us. Yes. As everyone else started with the verse, I will also start with one. Luke 20, verse 25 says, "Give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar, and to God what belongs to God." So when we are in crowds like this, we are happy because we already have people who understand tithing. We already have people who understand giving. And it is this same concept that we then translate to taxation. Taxation is just us playing our part in contributing to the development of our country. So I will begin. I was waiting for my presentation to be beamed. my presentation. Anyone from media who can confirm they have it? Okay. While they are preparing our presentation, I can start with the general issues. Who is ZIMRA? ZIMRA is the Zimbabwe Revenue Authority. What is our vision? It is to become a beacon of excellence in the provision of fiscal services. We also have a mission and our values. Our values are integrity, transparency, fairness, innovativeness, and commitment. Contrary to common belief, so today we'll be talking about why taxation. What is taxation? How do we tax SMEs? What are the tax obligations that we have in Zimbabwe? We have a lot of those, but we'll only concentrate on the frequently used ones, the ones that affect us as business people the most. And then we'll also talk about the tax clearance certificate. Why should we pay taxes? Taxes. So the taxes that we pay, the money that we contribute goes to the development of our country. As ZIMRA, we are an arm of government that is responsible for the collection of revenue for the fiscus. You will find that this money is the one that is used to build our Trabablas. It's the one that is used to upgrade our international airport. So when we are standing there, departures, taking photos, let us just take cognizance of the fact that this is tax monies that have been used to do all these things. It is the money that is used to fund education, the protection of our country. When we sleep at home safely at night, knowing if anything happens, I can run to the police station. It is these monies that are contributing to all of that. And it is our responsibility as the good citizens of our nation to contribute to this. The next question is, who is required to register for tax? Perfect. It is now here. I think we can go to slide number 3, why pay taxes? It just gives us a visual image of why we should pay taxes. The next one. The next slide, yes. Yes, that is just a visual of the issues that I was talking about. Our teachers in government schools are funded by monies from taxes. I might have overlooked the fact that at ZIMRA we have 2 divisions. We have one, the domestic taxes division, that is responsible for collecting taxes within the borders of our country. And then the second division is the customs division, which is responsible for collecting taxes on entry and on exit of goods in and out of Zimbabwe. Let's proceed. Now, who is required to register for tax? You will notice as my presentation is going, it is going to be a repetition of what Gamu said. It is going to be a repetition of what Tanaka said, because these are the same issues that we are all going to be discussing. So we have individuals. You can register as an individual for tax. We have companies. We're told about the entities. Yes. We have partnerships. We have trusts. We have PBCs. Even cooperatives can also register for tax, and NGOs. So all these institutions can register for tax. What are the benefits of being tax compliant? Why should I register? So firstly, registering for tax, contrary to common belief, is good because it helps to grow your business. How does it grow my business? Someone might ask. So when you're doing your tax registration, you are then required to be talking to ZIMRA. How do you talk to ZIMRA? If you are registered for income tax, every quarter you are required by law to submit returns. These returns are submitted to Zimra, and this is you telling Zimra what your business has been doing, how your business is going. So in so doing, when you're submitting these returns, you are able to then do an evaluation of what's going on in your company. You're able to assess, is my business growing? Is it shrinking? Am I making a profit? Am I not? Secondly, registering with Zimra will require you to keep records of your business. Where you would just go and get money for transport, you are now required to issue a petty cash voucher. You are now required to keep documents that record all these things like we were being taught right now. And in so doing, even as he mentioned, you are able to see your business, you are able to grow your business. It also improves your decision making. When you register with Zimra, you have all these records that you are keeping. Your business is now formalized. Decision making is very easy. Just by looking at your declaration, your QPD for each quarter, you can tell what's going on in your business. You can tell what needs to be fixed, what needs to be solved. We also be able to get quick resolution of your audit affairs. You'll find people who tell you, Zimra. Zimra. When they come to audit, when this happens, it's because when we come there, maybe this person's affairs are not in order. But as long as you have registered with Zimra, you're submitting your returns, you're making your payments, when Zimra then comes for an audit, there's not much to look at. There's a very quick resolution to all your audit affairs, and you can continue with your business. It also, registering with Zimra also helps to open up doors for us. When you have a tax clearance, you can access bank loans. You can access the foreign currency wherever it is being sold or bought, etc. You're also able to access the tenders for big projects because you do have a valid tax clearance. Tax incentives. What are the tax incentives that are offered to registered operators? Again, contrary to common belief, there are a lot of incentives that are offered to those that are registered with Zimra. And some of them are not listed here because I wasn't sure would have people in manufacturing, etc. The first one, special initial allowance. For SMEs, there's a special initial allowance which ranks as a deduction. So for other companies, for other bigger companies, special initial allowance is claimed as 25% over 4 years. But for SMEs, you can claim it as 50% in the first year, 25% in the second year, and 25% in the third year. We also have tax credits. We have tax credits for pay-as-you-earn, but we also have tax credits that accrue to companies. The two popular ones are 1, the employment of a physically disabled person, and 2, employment of a youth credit. These credits are applicable if an employer employs a person who is 1, physically disabled, or a youth who is 30 years or below. If this person is a permanent employee, if this person has worked for 12 months with you as an employer, and if this person, if it's a youth, is not a supervisor or manager, you can claim $50 per month for each month that they have served with your company. This translates to $600 per employee per year. And it is up to a maximum of $60,000 for each of the 2 credits. And this is applicable to companies that have revenues of less than 1.2 million. We also have export incentives. So the expenses you incur in an export country can be claimed as an expense on your income tax in Zimbabwe. We also have exporters. So income tax, our income tax rate in Zimbabwe is 25%. But if you're an exporter, and you export 30 to 40% of what you manufacture in Zimbabwe, then your tax is 20%. If you export 41 to 50%, that tax goes down to 18%. And if you export over 51% of what you manufacture, your income tax reduces to 15%. What are the tax obligations that we have? Today we'll look at income tax, pay as you earn, presumptive tax, withholding tax, and value-added tax, our VAT. We'll look at income tax first. So our income tax rate is 25%, and in Zimbabwe it is paid using quarterly payment dates, quarterly payment dues. How does income tax in Zimbabwe work? So at the beginning of the year, you will sit down and make a projection of your business based on the number of cakes you sold last year. You will say, okay, last year I sold 10 cakes. This year I might just sell 15. If it's someone who's selling maybe cell phones, an iPhone 15s in your stock, last year you sold 20 iPhone 15s. You have 10 left in your stock. You anticipate to sell 20 more this year. It is that projection that you will make at the beginning of the year. You will sit down and make a projection. This is not just us thinking of what we are doing or dreaming about it. It is you planning your business based on what you have. So after I have planned for my year, I then prepare my finances accordingly. In March, Zimra will require you that you pay 10% of whatever your projections were. By June, 25%, September, 30%, and in December, the balance, the 35%. So you'll find by the time the year ends, you will have paid your tax in full. However, take note that this is a projection. Confirm. So now as the year is going, there are changes that are going to happen. I had anticipated to sell 10 cakes like I did last year. Suddenly, Center of Hope has an anniversary celebration, and one order alone is 50 cakes. Now my projection has changed. So by March, I make my adjustment accordingly. I had projected to sell 10 cakes. My stove stops working, or my flour supplier relocates to South Africa. Now my production is shrinked. You also adjust accordingly. And that is how our income tax works. We have an example. Next slide. Right. So say you have your projected sales of 150,000. You have your cost of sales of 20,000. You will have gross profit of 130,000. You also incur expenses of 30,000. Then you will have your net profit of 100,000. So this means that as we are making these computations, the 25% tax is not on your profit. No, it's not on your income, sorry. It's not on your income. Income tax is charged on your profit. So it therefore means that when you're in business, you're going to look at your expenses, the expenses that you're incurring, confirm. There are cost of sales that I have been recording. We did it there. With our cake example, we had our costs of $15. So for Zimra, when you get your $40, it's not 25% of $40. It's 25% after we have removed the $15 That is our cost of sales and our expenses. Whatever is left, the $25 that we had left, that is what we'll charge tax at 25%. Let us proceed to the next slide. So somehow that is now a new example for calculation purposes. So at the beginning of the year, I've projected that my net profit is going to be 10,000. I'll calculate 25% of that plus 3% AIDS levy. That's 25.75. It therefore means my tax projection for the year is 2,575. Kindly ignore any errors that you may notice on that one. Yes, so my tax is 2,575. In the first quarter, I'll pay $257. In the second quarter, I'll pay $600. Third quarter, $700. Fourth quarter, $900. However, we are still going to make adjustments as and when we see it fit. So for tax purposes, ZIMRA does not require you to pay all this money at once. You divide your payment into 4 equal installments so that you don't have cash flow challenges, the cash flow issues that we're being taught about. And that is how we calculate our tax. So in these QPDs, you will submit a form called an ITF 12B for QPDs. However, at the end of the year, you are then required by law to submit an ITF 12C and a financial statement. These are submitted by the 30th of April of the year following. When I'm talking to SMEs or smaller or startups or people who are starting off in business, I also like to advise you that for small clients at ZIMRA, you are not required to submit audited financial statements. Those are for the medium clients and the large clients. What is required at ZIMRA is your financial statement. So let us use the resources that are available to us in order to make that happen. We have local resources here. We are at a church. We have a lot of accountants who know accounting. We have a lot of people who can assist us in doing our business so that we reduce the costs that we incur as business people. Let's proceed. We move on to presumptive tax. So in 2001, presumptive tax was introduced in Zimbabwe as a tax that caters for the informal sector. Presumptive tax is a tax that just caters for those in informal business, those who don't want to be keeping records of account, those who do not wish to formalize but wish to be compliant with ZIMRA. There are specific sectors that this tax caters for, and if your business is not in this specific sector, you can then not subscribe for presumptive tax. We have examples that we have in the next slide of the sectors that we have. Yes, so we have furniture making, metal fabrication, hair salons, informal sector, cross-border, restaurants, bottle stores, driving schools and taxis. We also have fishing rigs and which other sector is not there? Informal traders is there. Yes, on their rental. So it is these sectors where presumptive tax is charged. And it is charged using specific rates that are gazetted in our acts. It is also good to note that presumptive tax is paid monthly. So these figures are monthly figures. There's the next table that also has these figures. Yes, those are the examples of the amounts that you pay for presumptive tax. The main difference you will find with income tax is, for income tax, we talked about how you can claim your expenses. We talked about how if you incur a loss, you just declare your loss as it is. I don't know if I talked about that one. But for presumptive tax, it is a tax that is paid. Whether you have made a profit, whether you have made a loss, whether you worked that month or you didn't. If you have a hair salon and you have 10 chairs, you have just gotten married, you are away for your honeymoon for a month, that month, for presumptive tax purposes, you are still required to pay tax. However, for income tax purposes, and we said the return is you talking to us. So at the end of that quarter, your return is going to show us that you didn't trade. That is for income tax. And that is the main difference between the two. The rest of the tables are just examples of the amounts. We can proceed to pay as you earn. Pay as you earn is tax on earnings. So, if I am in business and I employ someone who is earning $101 or above, by law, I am required to register for pay as you earn and collect pay as you earn on behalf of the authority and remit the tax from that salary to ZIMRA and give my employee the balance. So our tax free in Zimbabwe is $100. Anything more than that is subject to pay as you earn. The beauty about pay as you earn is it is a tax that is charged based on your earnings. So if you earn $300, you are taxed 20%. If you earn $3,000 plus, you are taxed 40%. So it's a very fair tax, which taxes you according to how much you are earning. Yes. So for pay as you earn, we have a return called a P2. It is a monthly return, and it is due on the 10th, on the 5th. Sheila, is it the 5th or the 10th? On the 5th of the month following. Meaning if I pay my salaries on the 20th of April, 5 May, that return is due. I'll also explain something about pay as you earn. You will notice that pay as you earn is not money coming from your business. Had you noticed that? This is money that you are collecting from your employee so that everyone has an equal opportunity to contribute to the development of our country. So you are just doing an administrative job on behalf of the government. So that shouldn't then affect your profits or anything on your behalf in your company. We have an example of tax tables that we have. As I had stated, 0% is up to $100, 20% is up to $300, 25% up to $1,000, up to 2,000, 30%, and so on and so forth. Those are our tax tables, and they are available on our website. If you go to our ZIMRA website, you type tax tables, they are available. And the beauty is now these computations, so you find that all these forms that we are talking about, they are now available in terms. We have a system that we now have at ZIMRA, where all you need to do is just input your figures, and the system will assist you with calculations. However, we still have an example on how to calculate pay as you earn. So when we're calculating pay as you earn, we determine the gross income. What is gross income? It is all the earnings of a person, and we deduct exempt income. Exemption is maybe bonus, but the tax-free bonus is up to $700 per year. So if someone gets a bonus of $500, we'll remove that completely from their income. We also less allowable deductions. Allowable deductions are things like your pension contributions. Those are not taxed. And then we find our taxable income. After we find our taxable income, it is that which we then refer to our tax tables, and we calculate tax thereon. If we have any credits that accrue to us, we then less those credits. What are credits in pay as you earn? We talked about them in income tax, but for pay as you earn purposes, we have an elderly person's credit. Anyone who has reached the age of 55 in the year prior qualifies for a credit of $75 per month for the year. We have a physically disabled person's credit, same amount. We have a physically disabled child credit, which is the same amount. So all these credits are then what you then less after calculation of your tax. And all these amounts are $75 per month, and per year it is $900. We also have a credit called a medical credit. This is $1. For every $2 that you pay is someone who works in Zimbabwe. So when we go to get treated at hospitals, we are charged shortfalls, confirm. Some of us have medical aid, and medical aid does not cover the full amount. It therefore means that anything that I'm paying out of pocket for my medical expenses, I can claim $1 for every $2. I'm buying medication, an invalid appliance, spectacles, crutches, any of those expenses that are incurred for medical purposes. And sometimes maybe I don't have medical aid, so it's the full cost of my medical expenses. All those can be claimed as a credit. So after you calculate your credit, you then calculate your 3% AIDS levy, and that's how you get your calculation for pay as you earn. I'll reiterate that these figures can now just be calculated in terms. All you need to do is sit there, put how much does my employee earn, $200. How much am I contributing to NASA, $20. How much are their credits, this much? Of which for some credits, like the elderly person, it's automatic. Once the system detects your age, the credit is imputed automatically. So you don't need to worry too much about calculations. We still have an example. But it's the same thing that we were doing. But the only difference is now, if you're earning dual currencies, some of us are paying ZIG, then transport, I give you $20. So now once your earnings are in dual currency, you should convert the ZIG to USD to find the tax table where this tax accrues. We calculate our tax, and then we do simple proportion to make sure that the portion of ZIG is paid and the portion of USD is paid. That's just what that example is looking at. We move on to withholding tax. Withholding tax is the 30% tax. Have any of us experienced that one? Those of us in business, yes, I'm hearing a few. So we said income tax is charged at 25%. But withholding tax is 30% of the contract invoice value. So if you're in business and you're trading with someone who doesn't have a valid tax clearance, and you are registered with ZIMRA, you are required by law to withhold 30% of any amount that you pay to them for a contract that is at least $1,000. And at least $5,000 for farmers. So if you're in a contract with someone, say your landlord does not have a valid tax clearance, you're supposed to pay them $1,000 in rental. By law, you are required to withhold $300, pay them $700, and give them a withholding tax certificate and a proof of payment that this money has been paid in ZIMRA. It also translates to you in business. If you're in business and you don't have a valid tax, if you don't have a valid tax clearance, and someone who you have supplied a business or supplied a service to is now going to pay you, they are required by law to withhold 30%. Give you your balance, a withholding tax certificate, and proof of payment that this money has been paid to ZIMRA. Your recourse is, when you're then making your payments to ZIMRA, the QPDs we talked about, the final returns, you can then make a claim on the withholding tax already paid so that it covers your income tax. Is that not encouragement for us to register with ZIMRA? So if we're in business and we're in big business, let us just endeavor to have valid tax clearance. Let us endeavor to just register so that this 30% is not withheld. As I said, 30% is higher than 25% after you have removed your expenses. Ish, the silence in here. Ish. Yes. And just to explain on the contract. So say, for example, you have a contract of $2,000. Automatically, you're supposed to withhold. Say you have a contract of $100. It is not aggregating to 1,000, and it? So it might not be necessary to withhold. However, if this contract of 100, for example, is a lease agreement for a year, paying $100 per month for a year, it therefore means that this contract is aggregating to 1,200. Automatically, even though I am paying $100 a month or I'm receiving payments of $100 a month, there's money that is supposed to be withheld because the aggregate of these is 1,200. Confirm. That is the maths. Thank you. We move on to value-added tax. For the benefit of us as startups, as small businesses, the rate for registration, the threshold for VAT registration has been reduced to 25,000. So if I'm doing sales of 25,000 per year, or if I see that I'm going to have sales of 25,000 per year, or if I receive a contract of at least 25,000 for a year, I am required by law to register for VAT. Yes. So that is how value-added tax works. The benefit of being VAT registered is that now when I'm making my purchases, you'll find that when you go into any registered place to make a purchase, for example, when you go to OK, there's a portion of VAT that you are charged. So now if I'm VAT registered, I'm able to claim that VAT that I paid to whichever registered operator I made a purchase from against the VAT that I charged. Because you are not allowed to charge VAT unless if you are registered with ZIMRA. So I will say my pen is $1. I ordered it for 85 cents plus 15% VAT. When I'm selling it, I can sell it at $1.15 or $1 plus 15% VAT, meaning the VAT that I paid there, I can claim it now when I'm selling. And the difference is now for VAT returns, it is what you have bought versus what you have sold. And it is the difference that is either paid to ZIMRA by you or you receive it back as a refund. That is simply how value-added tax works. So this 15.5% is not money that is coming from your business. It is not money that ZIMRA is coming to get from you. It is just what you have paid against what you are charged in terms of VAT. That is why you will notice when you then go to request for business from these big entities, they will ask for your VAT number. They will ask for your VAT certificate. Because what they're interested in is then being able to claim that money back. And if you are not VAT registered, and I am VAT registered, who do you think they'll give the business to? Thank you. We move on. Tax clearance certificate. What is a tax clearance certificate? A tax clearance certificate is just a certificate that ZIMRA gives you to show that all your tax affairs are in order. It is just a certificate confirming that, this person agarongek, or certificate, essentially. A tax clearance certificate is important for us to mention this to you, that a tax clearance certificate at ZIMRA is free of charge. We do not charge you to get a tax clearance certificate, and it is only given based on your compliance, meaning your returns are in order, you have been talking to Zimra, your payments are in order if you needed to make payments, and everything in your business is in order with Zimra. What are the benefits of having a tax clearance certificate? Some of these we've already talked about. You can tender for big jobs. You're able to participate in government contracts. You're also able to access loans and mortgages and big financial injections. Those of us who are asking, where do I get finances? You'll find that financial institutions will trust you more with their money just because you look organized and you have a tax clearance with Zimra. Legal compliance, it is required by law that you should be compliant, but it also builds trust. So when you have a tax clearance and you want to come and do business with me, it creates an element of trust. You can be paid in full. There's no withholding tax that is held from your payments. It also assists you when you're importing goods for commercial purposes. When you get to the border, when you're importing your goods, Zimra will ask you, can we have your tax clearance certificate? It also helps you to avoid payment of presumptive tax on importation. So there's a presumptive tax of 20% when you're importing your goods and you don't have a valid tax clearance. There's also penalties and consequences that arise from you not having a tax clearance. I will not dwell on those. We'll move on to the last bit of our presentation, the interesting part where we delve into terms. What is terms? What does it do? So Zimra has introduced a new system called Tax and Revenue Management Systems. And it is this system that we use to register. The beauty about this system is right now where you are sitting or in the comfort of your home, you can register for tax purposes. You can submit your returns. You can be talking to us about what's going on in your business without having to visit our office. And you can generate your tax clearance without having to talk to anyone. So when you go on the website, on the internet, you type Zimra SSP, Zimra portal, Zimra registration, any of these prompts that you type in, you go to our website. The next slide has that. Yes, you'll see a page like this. Welcome. If you are already registered with Zimra, you can log in. If not, you can sign up. There's a portion that says sign up, and it will take you to the next slide. It will take you to this page. So in signing up, I know you can't see the details, but it's just asking about your details. What is your name? What is your ID number? What is your address? Are you a resident or a non-resident of Zimbabwe? etc, etc. What is your email address? What is your phone number? And then you verify. We no longer need you to be attaching proof of residence, attach copy ID. Once you're done with this page, if you verify on your phone and on your email, we are done with registering. It'll take you back to this page. Right, and it is this page where you create your username and password. Whatever you want to be called. Prophetess 2025. Password. And then you log in. After you have logged in, now you are registering your entity. And we have options: register as an individual, register as an organization, register a deceased taxpayer, or register with existing BP number. The last option is for those that had companies prior to this system. We still have a record of your old company, so you can just go and say register with existing BP number. But if you are starting, you pick, do you want to register an individual, an organization, whatever your choice is. You will get into our system and you will register. The next slide. When you select, it will take you to this page. I know we can't see what's written there. It will give us options. Am I registering a business organization? Registration with company registration number. Number 2, without company registration number. Am I registering a government organization, an NGO, or an organization with diplomatic privileges? You select the type of organization you want to register. It will take you to another page where you input the details and your registration is done. Once this registration is done, you will get a code that it generates. It is this code that needs to be verified. Once it's verified within 24 hours, you have your tax clearance. And this tax clearance will auto-generate to that email that you registered as. So your tax clearance will just automatically come to you, and we are done with Zimra. Submission of returns is now easy. You just go to your portal, you access anything that you need to access there. You input your figures, like I said. Terms will assist you with calculations. You no longer need to know your maths. You just need to know where do I put what. And that is how Zimra is now working. We now also have Zimra kiosks. Because of this move to a digital world, we have offices where we have computers at all our offices. Feel free to come through. Contrary to common belief, contrary to what has been said, Zimra, we are here to serve. And we have an open door policy. Please just feel free to come through. Some of the challenges that you are having and some of the monies that you are having to pay are because you're just not coming to ask. And if you want your business to grow, and if you want to develop as a business person, you just need to have the courage to come through. Sometimes it's not even about asking, my company was not paying. You can come with a hypothetical question. Suppose a company is not paying tax. We are happy to assist. At Zimra, we have a contact center. We have a help desk. Zimra also has a contact center. It opens between 8 o'clock and 10 o'clock, Monday to Friday. Saturday, it closes at 4 p.m. And they have a resolution of 48 hours to resolve your query. The contacts are on the screen. We also even have a WhatsApp number now. You can just WhatsApp us, ask us what you want. We're really happy to assist and we're really happy to oblige. So if you have any queries or any issues, just feel free to come to us. We are really here to serve. And sometimes the challenge you might then have is you have met an officer who has come for an audit. Now it's too late. You're already hiding monies that don't belong to you. Drinking Yanaya smoothies with money now. And Zimra is now saying, where is our money? You see, that's a whole different conversation than you coming and us assisting each other and us going forward. Thank you.
You can even tell the number of clips that you're receiving. That Zimra is heavy. Let's give a round of applause. Zimra is heavy. If you want to see how serious Zimra is, go to the Bible. Even Jesus said a tax collector called Matthew. That's how serious Zimra is. So who are you not to visit Zimra offices? If Jesus said a tax collector called Matthew, the accountant, to balance the mathematics. So as you were speaking, this is what I picked up. Money can give you a voice, but cannot refine it. It is not what, true measure is not what you own. It is what you represent and present before Zimra. True measure of anything, true measure of what you own is not what you own, is what you present to Zimra. So you can fly all over the place, but if you're not tax compliant, you have a debt, and anyone with a debt does not go to heaven. So if you owe Zimra money, know as from today on Sabbath, you need to repent.
Amen.
So Center of Hope has given us that opportunity to talk to Zimra. I will open up for questions. Any questions? Questions, question 1, 2, 3. Let's start from the back. 1, 2, 3, 4. As I'm giving you the mic, kindly take note of this. All the questionnaires that you have filled, kindly leave them by the desk. Kindly leave them by the desk.
Thank you. My name is Loyal. I have 2 quick questions. The first one being, we were looking at the tax tables, right? And we were saying that they start from $100. But let's assume that I pay my workers less than 100, isn't we're using basic salary? And then I give them maybe some certain benefits that then push them over $100 what they receive. How is that then treated when it comes to tax? And then my next question is, let's say, for example, I've registered my business, but I haven't done any operation as such. So I have no income, I have no expenses, I have nothing. But I am required, I've registered with Zimra, right? How do you then handle that? Do I get any penalties, or those are my questions?
And my question is on tax clearance certificates. There's an issue whereby some certificates give you 1 month allowance, others is 6 months. What criteria do you use to, in terms of when you're giving us the period where the tax clearance is valid up to? Because sometimes it's kind of boring. Could each and every month, like, I'm doing my QPDs and all that stuff, but then do want a tax clearance, it won't period here 1 month, and others are getting like 6 months. So can you explain to me, Kuti, criteria munoshandisa in terms of the period that you give on the issues of tax clearance? Munoshandisa which criteria? And probably maybe mine is giving me 1 month and I want the allowance for 6 months. What then do I need to do?
Well, thank you so much. My question is concerning churches. Are you also collecting taxes from churches? Yeah, I think that one is quite big, and I need to understand this because we are having many churches. Are they really paying taxes? Like he has alluded that we need to pay tax like the Bible says. So are churches paying taxes according to the Bible? Thank you.
Afternoon. I believe this is a safe space, so I'm going to take a chance. You posted the TAMS portal. My experience with the TAMS portal hasn't been very good. The OTP never comes. So it got to a point where some of the Zimra guys, the middlemen, told me openly that you will never get the OTP. Just let me do the process for you. So with regards to the kiosks, where are they so that we can give them a try and give feedback on whether we've actually been able to successfully register on the TAMS portal? But yeah, for me, unfortunately, I don't know where you can go and whistle blow, but my TAMS portal experience was not good. And even a relative within your system who's an employee asked the people. Unfortunately, the messages had connotations around giving something in order to be registered.
Some are clapping hands. You know, so when you're in church, they call it grace. When you're somewhere, they give it a name. Raise a hand.
Okay, thank you. I'm just happy that someone pointed out the system of terms. So the other one for me was on for PVOs. Do we get like a taxation on PVOs? Is it there? And I don't know how it goes.
So I'm taking the last 2 hands this side.
Can I answer a few? Then we proceed. I'm getting overwhelmed here. I'll answer the lady at the back who says if I get a tax clearance for a month. So as I alluded to, our system is now just processing tax clearances on its own, and these tax clearances are generated in the system. So the system will verify, is this person compliant, are they up to date, are they a new registrant? So if you're a new registrant, automatically the system will generate 1 month. If you have not been compliant, the system will generate specific months for you, depending on how compliant you have been. If you have been submitting new returns showing you are not trading, the system will also generate a tax clearance that is commensurate to what you have been declaring. So there's no human intervention in how many months you are getting or what is going on. It is just your compliance that is now determining the period for your tax clearance. So what we just encourage you is, let us be compliant, let us submit our returns in time, let us make our payments on time, and just ensure that our tax affairs are in order. Because this is, I don't know, Ama 2K would know the algorithms and what that computers use to generate clearances. However, if you still have a challenge, just feel free to visit our offices. We can see how best we can assist each other. Thank you. I'll hand over to Mr. Chitungo here. He can assist me on some of the questions.
Good afternoon, everyone. On the tax clearance duration, I want also to add that should you require a tax clearance that is 6 months long, you can always apply. When you apply, you click manual, then you put the reasons, then you email us the reasons why you specifically need a tax clearance that is valid for 6 months or for a longer period than a month. On taxation of churches, I would say churches do not pay income tax. But because churches do have employees, they are obliged to pay as you earn for all their employees who are pastors and other workers within the church. And this is so common with almost all churches. And if there are any churches that are errant, we do carry compliance checks and audits. And also you are also free maybe to point it out to Zimra so that we may get out of them. However, for churches that carry out other businesses or for income generating purposes, if, for example, a church has a bookshop, or a church, after every church service, they do some snacks, they have a snack bar where they sell burgers, chips, and so forth, and other refreshments, that will be income, and they are obliged to pay income tax for that specific income venture. And also when they are paying people for supplies that they are receiving, they are also supposed to withholding tax if one does not produce a tax clearance to the organization, to the church. This is also the same as for PVOs, the NGOs. If they are not carrying any other business activity, there's no need for them to pay income tax. But for VAT and other withholding taxes, for pay as you earn, rather, not VAT, but for pay as you earn and other withholding taxes, they are obliged to pay. So if the business also for the church or for the PVO meets the threshold for VAT registration, they are also obliged to register. We have had some churches that have been complaining that they are now being taxed for income tax purposes because they say they are running the merchandising business as promotions rather than, they would say that is they are doing so as to supplement the income of the church, but we take that as income from trade or income from business. Then to my sister who has challenges with terms, I would say you can visit our offices so that we check who the public officer is and who is telephone number or whose cell phone is registered. So it means that maybe the person who registered for you used a phone number or a cell phone number that is not yours. So the OTP goes to that person, cell, and also maybe the email for OTP also goes to that person because he used his cell phone and email address. So you need to come to Zimra and we'll ask you to change to your preference conducts. And I want to urge every one of us who is in business, register yourself as the public officer with Zimra in terms of the email address and the contact telephone numbers. Then should you have an accountant or another person who is doing business for you, the module that we now have, the terms module, it allows one to assign an additional person as an assignee to do certain work. And should you sever your ties along the way, you can always cancel that assignment and that person will not be able to access anything for you. And in big companies, we have, for example, one who runs the payroll will do the pay-as-you-earn, one who runs the sales and the marketing will do the VAT return, the treasurer accountant will do the income tax return. But the public officer actually assigns each person for a particular role. You can do that with terms. And you can always come through so that we can always teach one another so that you navigate the system appropriately. And also so that you get also the reminders for returns. They will also come to your email. Tisazoti kuti takuprosecute for non-submission of returns. Muzoti andina ma-credentials. As company we will still prosecute you. So you have those ones in your name and for credentials that you are accessible to you. Then the other question, I didn't pick that one. Okay. For pay as you earn, everyone who is an employee is obliged to register for pay as you earn. However, when the employees earn $100 and less, you still submit returns that are new. There's no problem with that. And also, for compliance purposes, I'm just conscientizing you beforehand. For compliance purposes, Zimra's system of terms, I think by June, July, will be integrated to the NASA system so that we'll compare kuona kuti Send of Hope in 20 employees as per NASA declaration, but Zimra in 15 employees, where are the others? We'll be sharing notes as government entities. Thank you. I think we can now go to the next round of questions. Have I answered all questions faithfully?
All right. I wanted to ask about fertilization. How best can it help us to do our business of being compliant? And I've heard that for you to register it, you must be able to reach 25,000. So how best can we help as a small business owner?
Fiscalization. Okay.
So let me give the other hand here.
Hi, sorry, I have a quick question. I just wanted to ask, so for people that want to go into business, like let's say start private medical practices, what taxes are they subject to exactly? Like how does that work exactly?
So this is our last hand. We'll wrap it up.
I have maybe 2 or 3 questions. My first question is on the public notice number 19 of 2026. I just want to gain an understanding. It's about the taxing of trusts. Because I feel like when I'm putting money in my maybe trust,
account, whatever, in that trust thing, I've already been taxed. Maybe I'm putting my money from my income, wherever it is coming from. My assumption is it has already been taxed. And so why then is this public notice coming again to say I should register my trust and I will be taxed or again per trust iyoyo? And then the second question is on PAYE registration. I think sometime last year we were required to register like as individual employees and it in the term system. And we registered and we got our TIN numbers, right? And then this year, we received maybe emails or messages. Kana kune vanhu vari employed, maybe registered, they've received this message or email to say that Kamchirai Kachuruza TIN number yako, we are deactivating your account because you have not been submitting returns. So my question there is, what does that mean? I'm just trying to gain an understanding as to what does that mean, because I am still my PAYE is being remitted to Zimra by my employer, right? And they are submitting the return, and the return has my income detail, everything, and employee details on it. So what does that mean to say that?
Before I hand over to Mr. Chitungo, there's a lady who asked, where do we find kiosks? Kiosks are found in all major cities in Zimbabwe. We have kiosks in Bulawayo, Mtare, Gweru, Harare, Kwekwe. Just feel free if you're in Harare to visit our Kurima house. We have kiosks there. And just as a question, is there anyone who managed to successfully register in terms? Anyone who managed to register without any intervention in terms? Yeah. So from our understanding, the system has actually been working well. I think it's just one of those issues where if you find that you have a challenge like she did, just feel free to come to us. Sometimes it is just something technical. Sometimes it is just a glitch where the email you put was not the correct one or something, but we are always happy to assist. So just feel free to come, we can assist you. Also, earlier in the morning, there was a question on Zimra garnishes. So the Zimra garnish process.
Sengiyabona manje ungumsindisi wami ongiyabonga Jesu.
All right, hello friends. Thank you so much for joining us for our live podcast that we do after the seminar. And today is day 2, and day 2 is done. And the panel today is a bit big, but the good thing is very much knowledgeable. And to my left, I have Gamuka Turuza, who's a tax consultant and also formalization of businesses that we'll learn in a few minutes. And then to my immediate right, we have the certified chief hustler, Nkosana Mazibisa. He's an entrepreneur. And then to my extreme right is Tanaka Mpambawashe, who is a chartered accountant. So to kickstart the discussion today, I will start off with the chief hustler. Just maybe in 2 minutes, what is it that you do, and what do you expect to achieve in the next 5 years?
Thank you so much, my brother. Yes, thank you so much. So I'm famously known as the Certified Chief Hustler, which is a brand outside there.
but I'm an author of 2 books. The first one, The Winner Who Never Won. The second one, Who Made Us Broke, which is the current book. I'm also a speaker. I focus more on entrepreneurship, personal discovery, and leadership. Then in terms of entrepreneurship, I have my own personal wine now, of late, called The Hustler. Most of you probably have seen it on social media. Tomorrow you'll also see it. My core area of business, I'm into schools when it comes to entrepreneurship. I'm also into fast-moving consumer goods and consultancy, helping companies and small brands, emerging brands, to build competitive advantage and edge entering into the market. I'm a global trotter. That's the name that people usually refer to us. People who love traveling. I think global while act locally. So I see myself as a global village entrepreneur. In a nutshell,
Okay.
that's me.
So when did you start?
So when you say when did I start will mean when am I ending? So for me, the day when I was born, I was consecrated and anointed into this journey. Then I became conscious of it through life's journeys. Like when you are born, you are not conscious of who you are up until you go through certain trials and tribulations in life. Then you identify who you are. Self-consciousness, self-awareness, and self-discovery, your areas of strength, which I refer to your zone of genius, what you are good at. Then I identified that. I'm a Mandela Washington Fellow, class of 2016, by God's grace. I went to the US in 2016. That's when I then realized the gift that God has given me in entrepreneurship, understanding ecosystems and systems. By then I was doing a business in biscuits and chips. Then it succeeded and also failed because of lack of systems. So being here reminded me where I'm coming from. So it's been a journey. It's been a journey. At some point, I was a temporal teacher in terms of resource mobilization, funding businesses here and there. Remember, if you have a business idea, no one's going to fund you until you do what you call bootstrapping. So you need to fund it yourself. So that has been a summary of my journey. I'm a Tony Elumelo Fellow, class of 2016 as well. So in a nutshell, that's me, Nkosana George Mazibisa.
Okay, that's fine. Interesting. So coming to you, Tanaka, from what he's mentioning, that there's a portion of a business that failed because of lack of systems. When should systems kick in, not only in a business, but maybe personal development in life? Do we miss it there, or it doesn't matter? We have to meet these systems when we then decide to start the business.
Okay, interesting. There's something that Nyari mentioned. She mentioned something called an SOP, Standard Working Procedure. Right? Standard Working Procedure is not something that we start when the business is formal. It's how you behave. It's just telling a person, this is how I am, this is what happens, this time, at this time, at this time. So as the idea starts to come into fruition, your standard working procedure also has to come into fruition in your mind. That this is how I want my things to be done, this is how I want my things to be represented. I think where we start failing is we don't document these things. We just go. By the time we realize that these things not need to be documented, we only realize when we are falling apart. That, oh, I should have put this there and I should have put that there. So I would say, when you're already starting with the whole thought process of how the business is going, you're already starting to document your standard working procedure.
Okay, so this means that when I'm thinking about, or anyone is thinking about starting a business, there are costs that you might think these are not costs really, because you might say that it's research and development. Okay. So are you saying that we should document as soon as the very thought that I want to start?
Exactly, because everything is quantified one way or another. So if you're doing your research and your development, that means you're going to go out somewhere, there's time that you're going to use, there's just something that you're using to get to that specific thing. That has to somewhere be quantified. You might not specifically not know how and how much it is at that specific time, but recording it helps you that when the time is right for you to understand how much have I put here, you know where exactly to refer back to. Because there are things that we incur that at the end of the day eat our profits, but we can't tell exactly where it was and how it was. But by documenting now, it then allows you to trace back and say, this is what happened. So I think this is supposed to cost this. So I think I'm supposed to get this. Yeah.
Okay, Gamu, most of the time when people are trying to do business, especially on the startups, people struggle to do costing. Even costing as a module is one of the most difficult modules. And most of the time when people are doing costing, this is when then they run away from the element of tax. So what should then people do to understand costing and then also then then factor in the element of taxing?
Thank you, Alda. And thank you for mentioning that costing is one of the most difficult modules. Here is what I would say about maybe the costing process and in trying to come up with your business. As Tanaka have mentioned, from the word go, coming up with everything that you need to start up your business, it's quite hard to start because there are a lot of things that you overlook, but that are very important for you to start. The research that he has mentioned, you need now to, it is maybe very hard to put values to some of these things, but it is important that you do so, especially when starting, because when you do not keep a track record of those things, now when you are established, you'll find that now when we are coming to the registering with ZIMRA for tax purposes, they will ask you, or maybe when you have registered your company in the first place, you have the date of incorporation, that is the date you started trading. Now, when you go and register on the terms system, it will, like when you register and then you put that date of incorporation, and you also have the cost that you have incurred and the other that you are yet to incur. I think as they have mentioned when they were here, some of the expenses you actually incur when you're trying to set up, they are deductible, and some are non-deductible. So now the tax concept comes in to say, if you've been keeping a track record of everything that you've been doing in the past, now you know that of all these expenses that I've incurred, I've tried to put values to them. Yes, it was hard, but this is the rough idea of what I had to go through to come up with this. Some of them will give you actually the tax credits to say, yes, you incurred this, yes, this is deductible. So if an expense is said to be deductible, it means for tax purposes, when you are now calculating what is due to ZIMRA, those expenses, you are allowed to deduct them, and then you end up paying less. It's an advantage to you. But then also putting in the non-deductible ones and calculating your computations very well. You need to, basically what they were trying to teach us in maybe coming up with a computation. You need to put everything that you have incurred from the first, because now, when now you are in business and on a random day, they decide to call you and say, we are coming for an audit. If you do not have all these things that you were incurring in the past, you did not put values to them. Honestly, it will be hard for you to explain to them by word of mouth that this is what I incurred. These are the costs that I had to incur to be where I am. So it's actually very beneficial to you that, as Tanaka said, you keep a track record of all those things, because one day you will pay less. Sometimes they will actually refund you if you are eligible for a refund. Thank you.
That's fine. Fantastic. I come back to you, Nkosana. There's this notion, I want your thoughts on that. Is it education first before business, or business first and education later?
So it depends where you're coming from. If you're born in an environment that encourages education, go for it. But when we say education, education must be transformative first. Transform you, the person. Who are you? Because there's a problem in a community that you must identify before going to school. Our challenge in Africa is that we first go to school to acquire a degree. Then when you come back, you then realize how irrelevant we are in problem solving in the market. Next thing, you have spent 17 years in school. Next thing, you're trying to do cakes to earn a living, but you are educated. So when we speak of education, education must be transformational first, transform you, the person. Then it must also be transactional, meaning the skill that you get from school must be able to give you an income and a sustenance. Then must be transitional, in the sense that the day you get into school, after school, there are more skills that you're learning. We're ever learning to unlearn other things. That is the power of education. Then business. Not everyone can become an entrepreneur or a business person. We have over-romanticized entrepreneurship in Africa as if it's a walk in the park. You get in there, there's money, wow, we're celebrating you. Entrepreneurship, it's as good as being a madman in Africa. You will go broke 10 times more. You will lose friends. Business is not easy, because business is about how do I put a product into the market and sell it at a competitive advantage. Remember, you're not the first one in business. There are high companies that are doing that. They will suck you out, they will push you out. So for me, business, when it comes to business, now depending also on the environment where you grow up, for a Jewish setup or also the Indian community, business starts from home. The transactions that we do every day, when we pay bills, when we do tithes and offering, we're able to transact, we're able to see where the money came in, mama and papa got paid, and this is what they did, tithe and offering. That's business first. Eventually, as you grow, after school, there's that msika. You stay there, you start learning customer interactions. Unfortunately, we looked down upon those things, my brother. Up until then, life hit us, then we started to realize that all of us are vendors. That's why we have these beautiful names. We're chartered vendors, we're smart hustlers. In truth, we're all vendors, but hustling in a smart way in different offices. So businesses levels, how you then get to learn. But the other interesting thing about education and business, have you noticed that after high school, you rarely see sons and daughters of rich people in school? You rarely see white people in school. After Form 4, where are they? Business. Truth is, they came to school to learn to read and write. After school, they were understanding home business every day. They've mastered the art. Then they're going back to manage. Me and you will start doing business after the age of 35 or 40. We're almost done with our prime age. So we're focusing on acquiring and certification instead of making sure we have the relevant skill set that makes us relevant in the marketplace.
Okay, fantastic. Are there any questions from the floor? As I ask a question to Tanaka and say that culture and practice, well, we know what parents look like in our setup, in our cultural setup. But it seems now it's important that as kids are growing up, we need to teach them how to earn money, how to take care of expenses. But do you think that's very relevant in this space? And considering most of the parents probably have these knowledge gaps that we should try to inculcate to these children. What accounting principle can be instilled in the homes? I guess that's where it all starts, to then become successful and come away from this notion that is saying that we're all vendors, and create a system that works.
Interesting. I would actually subscribe that all parents should teach their children basic bookkeeping, because it's essential for their growth and development. Why am I saying so is this, just a small practical activity. You teach your child that each time when I get by the gate, make sure you open the gate for me. When you open the gate, I'll give you $1 every time. Each time when your child goes, opens the gate, you give them $1. But when you give them the $1, you tell them, I want you to write that I've given you $1. What you've just done is you've taught them
bookkeeping rule number 1 right. So they've already wrote that Tuesday, I opened the gate, I received $1. Friday, they'll come to you and tell you, Daddy, where it comes from. So I would always say, suggestive to any parent, to any guardian, to any sister, brother that is a younger, teach them basic bookkeeping. Sonny, I've given you this, go record it. You want to spend money? Let's go and take it off that, record that, so that at the end of the week, they can start appreciating the value of money and what it means in their lives.
Fantastic. Any questions from the floor before we ask the last question and then we close? All right, we've got one hand there. If we can get a mic to her, please.
Hi, how are you? I think this one is obviously to the accountant. You spoke of bookkeeping. What's the balance between innovation and somebody who's an employee? Because you find there's a gap there where a lot of parents don't understand innovation because they're used to the traditional way of employment. But you find in the environment we are now, one has to be diverse and has to have different streams of income. So how do you balance being employed but also being innovative in a startup economy? Thank you.
Very, 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 very beautiful question. So I always say I'm not an entrepreneur. The entrepreneur that I am is the INTR.
Okay.
I work well in a system. Put me in a system. I will make money. Because I can find loopholes in a system and there's money there. And we can work pretty well, right? But to be honest, when I started, it's good because we're growing to an age where parents are now learning more and they're moving out of the old school way of doing this. They're now moving into the new school. I thought I also have been entrepreneur. So I actually started with the whole entrepreneur way. I'm going. But then I figured out my skill. So I'm coming back to your question. One of the things that the parents should do nowadays is you need to study your child. And you need to find ways in putting programs that allow you to, or that allow your child to be exposed into ways that you can see that, okay, this one is very fast in understanding and problem and fixing. But this one, when I tell them how 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 works, they are so good in navigating 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then when you then do that, it allows you to be able to position your child, even in school, that gives them the best of who they are. So I think it's parents now have a very bigger job because it's not just about parenting, but it's about learning your child and navigating them in a station where they will grow much best. If to be honest, 2019 COVID time was my hardest period. Because for some of us now, who work in a system where the whole system was disrupted, was a very big problem for us, right? But for entrepreneurs, they found their systems. But then you then realize, I need the hustler every time. So each time when the hustler is getting money, I'm trying to figure out how can I make a system for him that makes him more money, and then I charge him for that system. So it's all about, I studied myself, I figured who I am, I figured how I work like, and then I'm now navigating who I am into his system so that I can make something. But I'm not trying to take away the fact that you can be both players. There are some people that are good in both systems. You put them there, they win. You put them there, they win. But I would always say, have a base where you know who you are first, and then you can start diverting into other places that you want.
Okay, fantastic. Just 2 last questions to Gamwe and then the last one to Chief Hustler, then we're done. Why is it that then tax consultancy is so expensive? I guess it's the reason why many companies then dodge these issues of taxes and people want to operate as informal as possible.
This is an interesting question. I will answer it in this way. The first way I would want to answer it is we charge for our time. Our time is the inventory. The same with you guys. You have different products you are selling. I'm offering a service. I'm offering value. I'll charge you for that which you do not know. However, I'm not encouraging the charging of exorbitant prices to people. You guys, we can always talk. The good thing is we can liken this to someone who is sick or who is not feeling well. When they go to a doctor, there is a consultation first, and they go through, he tells the doctor what he's feeling like, why he says he's sick, everything like that. So when you come to us, you explain to us, this is what I'm going through. I need to register for tax purposes. Would you advise me to register for tax purposes now? Yes or no? Okay, if I've registered for tax purposes, which tax heads am I supposed to be under or am I supposed to pay? I'm glad the Zimra guys have talked to us about the different thresholds. You cannot just pay VAT when you have not met a certain threshold. I think the biggest challenge we have right now is because we lack knowledge. We do not know how these things work, so we assume a lot. I'm thinking, Kuti, if I register for tax purposes with Zimra today, they are going to charge me VAT at the end of this month, and of which it doesn't work like that. So I think the first thing you need to do is to know who you are as a company, where you stand, and what you intend to do. Are you selling whatever you are selling, whatever you are doing? Tell us, talk to us, and if it's not about even the initial registration, maybe it's about you have some pending returns from the past. You've been non-compliant in the past. We can always talk, but one more question, connected the charge that we'll give to you, because it will mean that I will have to use my time to go to the Zimra offices, because some of these conversations, we cannot have them over the emails, over the phone. I will need to go there. We will need to liaise and reach a certain ground.
Thank you so much for that. Lastly, Gosana, in many business schools here in Africa, they always try and push the notion that in business, let's try to be disruptive as possible, reinventing the wheel. And so does it mean that we should all push to try to be disruptive? Or the wheel that's already there, I can just add a new color with the existing wheel that's running? Or do you want us to go into the factory, destroy the wheel, and go and reinvent a new one? What's your last take on that before we go to people who want to be entrepreneurs?
So my take on disruption and innovation, that's the question. My take on disruption and innovation is, number one, understand where you are operating from. The unfortunate part is that when it comes to entrepreneurship and business, we have the American model that want to come up with this skyrocketing innovation that disrupt the whole world. As if I'm Elon Musk, as if I'm Mark Zuckerberg. Look, we don't have the ecosystem to sustain all that. We don't even have the dry powder to try your innovative idea. In America, you step in there, you have an innovative idea, there's venture capital, it fails, it moves, they're trying. Here in Africa, my brother, we have nothing. The parents don't even have the cow to sacrifice for your idea. So once you try anything, you go broke, you only have prayers. So when it comes to Africa, first things first is we have what we call the base businesses. The base businesses in Africa is we are still dealing with infrastructure, we're still dealing with roads, we're still dealing with amenities and services. What is it that you can do in order to make sure that there's convenience in service delivery? So you don't need to destroy the wheel. You need to find a disruptive way of making things move faster and better in terms of service delivery. That becomes better. A good example is what Zimra is doing. They simply said, because you guys are afraid of coming to our offices, we are creating a portal for you to register. That is a disruptive, innovative way of having a conversation, an uncomfortable conversation between two people. So then they put an interface That is disruptive and innovation. The other part, because we're in Africa, we then identify problems. For example, between Harare and Bulawayo, back in the day, there was this fence that was protecting Kekli into the roads. But because we're Africans, we cut that wire and did whatever we wanted to do. Then we had accidents. An innovative idea will then do this. We'll go and look for LED lights and look for farmers and put those LED lights here around the Kekli. So that when at night we are driving, we're able to see reflectors and reflection. That is problem solving, that is reducing accidents and also accounting for the number of cows. So that is disruption. So innovation doesn't have to be from Mars. You just find a problem in your local community. Think global, act local.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you so much, our online audience, for joining us. You can reinvent the wheel, but you don't have to chase that. Just look for those LED lights and give all those cattle in Matebeleland. Thank you so much for joining us. It will be tomorrow at 9 a.m.